Hello everyone and welcome back to another compilation video of Pony and Wolf Productions. This time we are tackling the years 2014 and 2015. Why 2 years this time? Because apparently I only produced one short story in 2014. Okay, now buckle up and sit back with your favorite drink. Enjoy this little compilation from those 2 years.
Hey, it's me, by Sidox Crescent. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. Hey, Flutters, it's me, Rainbow Dash. Where the heck are you? You were supposed to meet us here an hour ago. AJ's already left, and I don't think the others will stay much longer. Just try and hurry. I'll be here till it closes. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. What the heck, Fluttershy? I waited around all day for you. Pick up the freaking phone already. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. Seriously? It's been 4 days. That's it. I'm coming over. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. Where are you? Oh, Celestia, I'm calling the cops. Pick up the phone. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. They found your backpack near the trail. You know, the one in the park that you like to walk. They say they say it's a kidnapping. I should have gone with you like you asked. Maybe they wouldn't have tried to take you if I was there. Oh, Celestia, Fluttershy, I'm so sorry. I should have waited. An officer just found something. Is that your... Oh, no. No. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. They found a part of your dress and a rag soaked in chloroform. Whoever he is, I'll kill him! Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. Hey, Flutters. I know you can't answer, but I'm calling just to hear your voice. It's been 3 months now, and I've called every day. I don't always leave messages. It's just kinda hard, you know. But when I call you, it's almost like talking to you. We all miss you. Pinky won't come out of her house, and AJ and Rarity won't leave the bar. I never would have guessed Rarity to be a drinker. I've taken a second job to pay for your stuff. I miss you so much. I just hope you're still alive. I miss you, Fluttershy. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. Happy birthday, Fluttershy. We threw you a party, you know. Pinky couldn't make it. She's still in the hospital. She checked herself in after Twilight found the scars. We are falling apart without you. I hope we find you soon. Miss you. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. Oh, Celestia. They found a body in the park. Please don't let it be you. I can't lose you completely. Please let it be someone else. If it's you, then I'm sorry. You wouldn't want to see me crying like this. It kind of reminds me of when we were little, and I came to you crying every time someone called me a name. You would hold me and ask me to promise that I would stay strong, to not cry because of what others say. You knew how to cheer me up. I guess that was when I started to... I love you, Fluttershy. I never told you because even if you felt the same, I would risk losing you. But now you're gone and I'm lost without you. Goodbye, Fluttershy. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. It's not you. I'm so happy it's not you. I know it's been 7 months, but there's still a chance, still some hope. That's the kind of stuff you'd want me to say, right? I'm so happy it's not you. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Beep. Hey, hello Fluttershy. It's been an entire year now. I miss you. Pinkie Pie's doing better, but she still refuses to leave the hospital. Twilight even convinced AJ and Rarity to go to rehab. She comes by almost once a week to check on me. I think she's afraid I'll do the same thing as Pinkie. I promise I won't. I think I'm starting to hate these messages. All they seem to do is remind me that you're gone. I miss you. Wait, I already said that, huh? I love you. Bye. Click. Hey, it's me, Fluttershy. I can't come to the phone right now, so please leave a message if you want to. Or you could just call again. I'll try my best to get a hold of you. Oh, sweet Celestia, you're alive! They called me, and they said that they found you. You're alive! I'm so happy. I'm on my way to the hospital now, and... You're alive! I've missed you so much. We all have. I love you. Click. The door shut behind me with a soft clack, but it was enough to scare the pink-haired girl that sat on the hospital bed. Her frightened eyes locked onto me before calming down. She was thin and so pale that it was almost like looking at a ghost. Her eyes had sunken into her head, like they were pulling away from a world they never wanted to see again. But she was alive, and that was all that mattered. She was alive. Hey, Fluttershy! Hello, Rainbow Dash, she said, her voice soft, far softer than it had ever been. Where are the others? Applejack and Rarity will be here in an hour, and Twilight is in Ward D. Picking up Pinkie, right? I gave her a confused look. How? She held out her hands, the sleeves of the hospital gown pulling back, revealing a network of scars. She was holding her phone. They gave this to me a while ago. I sat down next to her, wrapping my arm around her, mirroring the way she held me all those years ago. Fluttershy, My voice cracked. Stay strong, don't cry. Don't cry, you have no right. Stop being weak for once in your life and be strong for her, because you have no right to cry over what happened to her. I've missed you, I said, my voice weak, barely audible. How can I be so pathetic? At those 3 little words, everything inside me crumbles, falling apart like a dike trying to hold back the ocean. Everything I have felt over the last year and a half rushed forward, threatening to drown me in my own weakness. I should have been stronger, but I was not. I never was and I never will be. I started crying into the nape of her neck. This was wrong. It should be the other way around. Why am I so freaking weak? We stayed like that for endless minutes, my arms squeezing around her, me being too afraid to let go in case she was never truly there. I was weak, selfish, and now it was Fluttershy that had to pull me back together. Rainbow? Looking up into her eyes, I felt more tears start to well up. Fluttershy, I said. Fluttershy, I'm sorry that I'm weak. I know I promised that I wouldn't cry and that I would be... I never finished, because right then she pulled me closer, pressing her lips on mine. They were soft and gentle, like her, but possessed a strong fire. The kiss was far from perfect, nowhere near what I dreamed it would be, but those were dreams, because she still kissed me, she still kissed me. She pulled away and gave me a smile, a small one, full of pain and fear and hope and everything she had ever felt, all fighting for dominance, but it was a smile meant for me.
Princess Celestia, do you have a belly button? The whole story.
Mrs. Flower Petal clopped her hoofs together, mostly in vain, while trying to get her class of 22 unicorns to return to their assigned seats. Playtime was over and they needed to finish their lesson before the bell rang for the day. Unsurprisingly, only one of her young students returned to her desk, though the most likely answer to that was that she never left it in the first place. Flower Petal just wasn't sure what to think about her youngest student. She was only 4 years old in a class of 5 and 6-year-olds. She found herself once more glancing at the Phyllis cutie mark. It was unheard of at her age, and yet it was there. She shook her head, watching as the young purple unicorn put down the book she was reading and glanced up at her, giving a brief smile before returning her gaze to her desk. "You poor fool, the others just aren't sure how to treat you, Twilight. I suppose it is a good thing that you only come here twice a week. I dread to think what would happen if you were here more than you are, but maybe..." Flower Petal's horn glowed yellow as a sheer whistle filled the room. All of the children immediately stopped their play and returned to their seats. She shook her head. "If only they listened that well when I clapped my hoofs." "All right, students," Flower Petal said once the fidgeting had stopped. "The rest of the day was going to be set aside for us to study Chapter 1 of our beginner's levitation textbook. However, I think we will save that lesson for next Monday. Today we're going to have a very important discussion, my little ponies." Flower Petal smiled as the small unicorns looked at her curiously. "We're going to learn a new song today." Flower Petal beamed before taking out her guitar and strumming it. "A unicorn has no wings on their back, but a horn on their head. They are the magic pony." The little unicorns hesitated before a blue filly beamed and opened her mouth. "A unicorn has no wings on their back, but a horn on their head. They are the magic pony." The other ones finished the verse a little more quietly, and Flower Petal was pleased to see that even Twilight Sparkle was mouthing the lyrics. "A Pegasus has wings on their back, but no horn on their head. They are the flying pony." It took far less time for her students to sing out this verse. "A Pegasus has wings on their back, but no horn on their head. They are the flying pony." "Flying pony." Flower Petal smiled, hearing Twilight's small voice finish the verse. "An earth pony has no wings on their back, nor a horn on their head. They are the loving pony." She strummed the guitar, the little unicorns eager to sing. "An earth pony has no wings on their back, nor a horn on their head. They are the loving pony." "Loving pony." Twilight finished, her shy voice rose the smallest amount. "An alicorn has 2 wings on their back and a horn on their head. They are the ruling pony." She smiled as Twilight's eyes lit up and her mouth even opened first. "An alicorn has 2 wings on their back and a horn on their head. They are the ruling pony." The other kindergartners stared at how eager Twilight was, and she nervously slumped back down, taking her tail in her hoofs and giving it a stroke. Flower Petal sighed under her breath but smiled outwardly before finishing the song. "And these are the pony friends of Equestria." Without even a moment's hesitation, the students sang out the final verse at the top of their lungs. "And these are the pony friends of Equestria." All the students except one. Twilight Sparkle kept her head down and appeared to be trying to will herself away from the classroom. Flower Petal sighed. "I suppose the princess may be right. Maybe it is time for Twilight to take all her classes with her." Her thoughts were interrupted as she saw a pink hoof waving madly in the air. "Yes, Candy Drop? My daddy says that unicorns are the best pony. Is that why we are first in the song?" Flower Petal's face stiffened before she forced the corners of her mouth upward. "Of course not, Candy Drop. After all, while unicorns may have a horn, Pegasi are the only ponies with wings, and Earth ponies have the greatest strength. Let's play a game, my little ponies. We've learned a song about what makes ponies different, but what do all ponies have?" The fillies and colts looked at each other before a little brown colt shrugged. "We've all got hoofs?" "That's right, Cinnamon. What else?" Flower Petal smiled while writing hoofs on the chalkboard. "Oh, we all have 2 eyes." A powder blue filly beamed as she bounced in her seat. "Exactly right, Cloudy Sky." Flower Petal smiled while writing that under hoofs. After that, the answers came readily. 4 legs, ears, a tail, muzzles. Finally, an orange colt grinned and screamed at the top of his voice, "We've all got belly buttons!"
Flower Petal's magic fizzled, causing her to drop the chalk.
Yes, Orange Seed. All ponies have belly buttons.
After her surprised statement, she reclaimed her chalk so they could continue their list. She could see they were beginning to get bored, so she brought out her guitar again. They happily sang their new song until the bell rang, signifying the end of the day.
Well, that's it for the week,
Flower Petal said to a room full of cheers.
I'll see you all Monday morning, my students.
Her eyes went to Twilight as she distractedly levitated her books into her saddlebags.
Except you, my dear Twilight Sparkle. Twilight, remember to stay at your desk until the Princess's Solar Guard arrives for you.
A minuscule nod from Twilight was her only response. A few moments later, a white Pegasus stallion clad in golden armor arrived. Miss Sparkle, are you ready? His lips almost twitched into a smile as Twilight got up and buckled her saddlebag after catching her balance. She trotted over to the Solar Guard and looked up.
Bye, Miss Flower Petal. I'll see you Monday.
Flower Petal smiled.
Have a wonderful weekend, Twilight Sparkle. I expect that someday I'll be hearing about all of the wonderful things you have done. Goodbye, my student.
Twilight nodded and followed after the guard to her regular chariot. She sat down, staring at the floor, her ears flicking as she thought about her lessons. The guard glanced at her and frowned. Normally, his charge was a ball of energy whenever he escorted her to her lessons with the princess. He shook his head, certain the princess would be able to make Twilight happy again. Princess Celestia frowned as she realized for the third time that her faithful student had stopped taking notes.
Twilight, what is it, little filly? You know you can tell me anything.
She smiled in a way which she hoped was disarming. Twilight glanced up, her ears pinning back as she looked into Celestia's magenta eyes before glancing back down at the floor and scuffing her hoof.
You'd think it's silly.
Celestia hemmed and smiled.
Twilight Sparkle, what if I told you something about myself that is very silly?
Twilight's head shot up as her jaw dropped the tiniest amount.
You? Silly? But Princess, you're perfect.
Celestia laughed.
Oh, Twilight, all ponies are silly, even me. So, what do you say?
Twilight smiled and nodded.
Okay.
Celestia looked around to make certain that they were the only ones within hearing distance. Satisfied that it was only herself and Twilight, she sighed and swallowed. She glanced down at Twilight's large, purple, trusting eyes.
This is rather silly, Twilight, so you must keep it a secret. But you know how much I adore sweets, right?
Celestia barely kept herself from snorting as she saw Twilight nod, trying not to roll her eyes. Unfortunately, Twilight was still too young to control her emotions like an adult could. Celestia allowed herself a giggle.
Yes, I suppose it's not exactly a secret, is it?
Twilight shook her head.
Uh-huh. Oh, I mean, not really, Princess Celestia.
Celestia smiled.
Oh, how I adore this little pony. She is so honest.
Well, there's a reason I'm still able to walk and fly rather than roll around.
Twilight, I can't cook or bake.
Twilight stared and then smiled.
Really?
Celestia blushed while smiling and placing a hoof on her chest.
Cross my heart. I've tried to learn more times than I can count, but it never seems to work. After I managed to freeze a pot of boiling water last decade, I was permanently banned from the royal kitchen.
Twilight couldn't take it anymore. She began giggling. Celestia winced, but then joined in until they were both laughing so hard that they were crying. Soon enough, Twilight was snuggled into Celestia's barrel. Celestia wrapped her wings around the little filly. She sighed with a gentle smile.
Well, my most faithful student, I told you my silly thing and now it's your turn.
Celestia parted her wings and Twilight giggled before nodding. Twilight opened her mouth then closed it. Frowning, she finally opened her mouth and blurted it out.
Princess Celestia, do you have a belly button?
Celestia blinked. She had been alive a very, very long time and had been asked a lot of things, but this was the first time she had been asked if she had a belly button.
Well, Twilight was right. It is a silly question.
She smiled at Twilight, hoping to get a bit more of an explanation.
Well,
Twilight continued.
In class we learned a neat song about how ponies are different from each other. Then Mrs. Flowerpetal had us think about how we are all the same. Orange Seed said we all had belly buttons and I was just wondering. I mean, I know you're a pony, and if you don't have one, that won't change it, but, do you? Twilight's ears slowly pinned back against her head as she babbled, her tail tucked between her legs. After a moment, Celestia chuckled and lay on the floor of the library. She rolled onto her back with her wings splayed out, revealing her slightly plump belly. Well, my faithful student, why don't you tell me? Twilight cocked her head, but trotted closer and glanced down at her mentor's belly, her ears perking as she gasped in joy. You do! Princess Celestia, you do have a belly button! Princess Celestia watched as Twilight bounced around. The final barrier between us has been pierced. I'm so proud of you. It didn't take long for Twilight to get worn out from her bouncing. Realizing their lesson was done for now, Celestia gathered Twilight onto her back and carried her to her room next to her own. Celestia tucked Twilight into her bed and smiled as a small purple hoof touched her nose, and Twilight yawned. Celestia kissed her forehead. Have a good nap, Twilight. I'll wake you for dinner. Night, princess. Love you. Twilight mumbled. Her breathing slowed as she fell into a deep sleep. Celestia paused and smiled. And I love you too, Twilight. She glanced at the mural on Twilight's wall of the night sky, her eyes landing on the image of the mare and the moon. And I love you too, Luna. Celestia blew out the candle and trotted out of the room as she smiled, pausing for a moment before closing Twilight's door. Belly button and all. Okay, even at a short story like this, I will add my little comment time. And as always, I will remind you that, well, I have a Patreon, and yeah, every dollar is right now really needed because, yeah, there are things happening in my life that are threatening my lifestyle, and I really need money. So, yeah, Patreon link is in the description if you want to support me. Why I did this little short story is simple. I had it in my read later list for quite a while because I think it was featured once or something, I don't know. I really don't remember how I came across the story, but yeah, I had it in my read later list for a while, and I thought recently, I think it was Sandy Kaufman who said that yeah, she would like it if I would do something else in Fallout Equestria, and I have to agree. I do love Fallout Equestria, but always having this depressing stories kind of wears me down too. So I decided to change the pace a little bit. Not saying that I'm quitting Fallout Equestria, but this is just, well, something I could do with my arm injured and stuff because there's not much editing involved and it's not very long. So, what do I think about the story? It's very nice. It shows Twilight's time in the Magic Kindergarten and everything. It kind of makes me think that, yeah, it could have been like that for Twilight. Because, as we know, she has nightmares about her time in Magic Kindergarten, and I was never really popular in kindergarten myself, so yeah, I can relate to that. At the end here, that, well, Celestia, like, kisses her goodnight and everything, I like that, even though, I don't know. There's this part, I mean, Twilight isn't an orphan, she has both parents. We all know that she has lived with Celestia for a while when she was her student, but I'm not so sure that she was like right away living with Princess Celestia, because, you know, would you give your child away to Princess Celestia if she asked to at such a young age? Not likely. At least I wouldn't. I would say, okay, she can study under you, but she will live at home until she's at least 10. That's like my spin on this. So I think she's a little too young in this story for living with Celestia already. And then we see that Twilight is actually put into a room to take her nap that is next to Princess Celestia's own room. And there's a mural of the night sky, and you know what? I think Twilight sleeps in Luna's room, and that's the explanation why when Luna comes back, Celestia lets her stay in Ponyville so Luna can have her room back. Really nice, very subtle. Yeah, and that's by the way, I apologize for the song at the beginning that I didn't sing. I don't want to torture you with my singing. So these were my thoughts on this story. I really liked it. Thumbs up. Link to the stories in the description if you liked it. Go give it a like. This author really deserves it.
Sincerely yours, Visual Pony, and I will see you in my next story, chapter, or whatever I'm choosing to release. Dark Side. The Notebook. Hello, dear reader. You may wonder how this notebook got where you have undoubtedly found it, or who I am. Rest assured, for I will answer both questions shortly. Before that, however, I must ask you to bury my bones if you can find them. If you do, you will have my eternal gratitude. You read the first few lines of the manuscript you found. At first, you only wanted to expand your basement to get a little more room for your massive collection of enchanted comic books. This, however, has been completely forgotten by you now. The smell that hit you after breaking down the first wall of your Ponyville home's basement was enough to tell you that something was up. Never in your wildest dreams you would have imagined to find what you did in the end though. Just behind the wall of the basement of the house you grew up in, you found a small room that smells of rot and decay. Magical lanterns still cut through the darkness with their feeble glow even after all the time this room must have been sealed up. You shudder a little as you think about the pony's last request. His remains lay at your hoofs while his diary is floating next to your head. From the look of it, the dead pony was an Earth Pony stallion, but you can't make out any other features that could confirm this. For all you know, it could just as well have been a Pegasus mare with the habit of wearing a stallion's attire. This thought gives you a little pause and you bend your neck to take a look at the simple fabric of the corpse's shirt. Or what is left of it. But what should you do? Usually you would go out and get the authorities involved, but you are not so sure about that anymore. What if some pony got the wrong idea about this? Could it have been that your own parents or grandparents knew about this? Could it be that they were even a part of it? You shake your head to clear it. Once more, your glance falls upon the slightly rotted notebook in your magic. Maybe, if you read it, you will learn what exactly happened here. As much as you want to grant this pony his last wish, you don't want to ruin your parents' reputation. Hey, your family's reputation. With this thought in mind, you trot back into your basement and pull over one of the old garden chairs your father always wanted to paint, but never got around to it until his death a year ago. A heavy feeling befalls you as you float the notebook in front of you and start reading it past the first paragraph.
My name is True Sight. My special talent is, or was, for I am most likely not alive anymore if any pony other than myself is reading this. The gift of truth. The open eye on my flanks symbolized that talent, and I could always tell if some pony was lying to me. While this might be a very desirable talent to have, I can tell you that it brought me nothing but grief. Suddenly I was able to see secrets and lies all around me, driven by an unstoppable urge to expose them. It brought me fame and wealth, for it opened the doors to the equestrian police force for me. No case was too hard, no clue too little. In the end, I always found the culprit. One day, the crowns of Princess Celestia and Princess Luna were stolen from the palace's treasury. As the best officer in the force, I was put on the case.
You close the book for a moment, deciding that the semi-darkness of your basement is not suited to read this story after all. Your nice, brightly lit living room seems like a much better option all of a sudden. After making yourself comfortable on your sofa, you continue reading. The next few pages describe how True Sight was summoned to the royal palace in Canterlot and promised a promotion if he solved the case at Hearth. Something had seemed off about the princesses to him, however. Both of them had, as he described it, a dark aura around them that he associated with dark secrets and lies. This is a shock to you, since you couldn't imagine what kind of dark secrets the princesses could have. Both of them ruled the land with kindness. Not to mention that the Rainbow Press always did its hardest to find out everything about their private lives. Then it gets interesting again.
TrueSight had managed to track down the thief, only to find him dead when he arrived at her hideout.
The scene before me was one of pure slaughter. The unicorn mare who, according to my investigations, had tried to sell the crowns to an underground sales pony was pasted all over the walls of her home. Only one piece of her body was still intact. Her head. Her face was distorted in a grimace of absolute pain. The investigation team found her hooves in different places of her house, her skin in the kitchen's freezer, and her organs in a frying pan on the stove. Some, however, were missing, namely her heart, liver, and kidneys. I assumed that I had interrupted the murderer during their meal and made my way to the palace to inform the princesses about this setback. Upon my arrival, though, I was surprised to find that the princesses were wearing their crowns. They acted strangely when I started to question them about it, and I got the distinct feeling that they were hiding something from me. After about 30 minutes, Princess Luna finally admitted that one of the royal guards had brought the crowns back from some shady pony in the suburbs of Canterlot. It didn't fit at all, especially since the princesses actually ordered me not to investigate any further.
What? The princesses not wanting this case solved? Why? Even you start to doubt the immortal rulers of Equestria as you read on. Apparently, TrueSight ignored the order given to him and began to look further into the matter. No amount of questioning the dead mare's neighbors revealed anything new, however. They hadn't heard any screams or any pony entering the house. Nor did they see a pony fleeing from the premises. You scratch your chin with a hoof, thinking, if the neighbors didn't see any ponies, then they had to be invisible or be able to teleport. Both kinds of spells, you know from personal experience, are hard and not every pony has access to the knowledge on how to master them. You decide to skip a few pages to get the solution of this mystery early. It is, after all, getting dark outside, and you want to get this off your shoulders as fast as possible.
2 months of investigations had not brought me any new revelations, even though I had questioned almost every pony in Canterlot. One evening, 2 days ago, I decided to go and speak to the princesses once more. Maybe their own secret tied in with this. To my astonishment, I did not encounter any guards as I entered the palace. Not a single pony was there. Thinking of this as odd, I made my way towards the throne room. What I saw there was horrible. The princesses stood around some kind of magical glyph on the ground, with a few dozens of the royal guards lying in the middle of it. All of them looked like they were unconscious, while red and black tendrils extended from the princesses' crowns towards them. The first pony they touched shriveled up like an old tomato, the stallion opening his mouth in a silent scream before turning to a pile of dust. Though shocked, my sense of justice kicked in at that moment and I charged in without thinking about it any further. Had I any chance to arrest the 2 most powerful beings in Equestria? No. So it came as no surprise that both of them laughed at me when I told them that they were under arrest, their eyes flashing a sinister red. The struggle that followed was neither long nor violent. In fact, they subdued me pretty quickly while still sucking the life out of their guards. Why they didn't do the same to me, I have no idea. Instead, I was forced to watch as they finished their gruesome ritual. Afterwards, several dark-robed ponies dragged me off to the prison you, my dear reader, have undoubtedly found this notebook in. They didn't strip me of any of my belongings, which is the only reason I was able to write all this down for you. I have failed in the end, so it is up to you now to expose the princesses. They are using their guards and other ponies to prolong their lives, I'm sure of it. This cannot be allowed to continue. Please, my dear reader, do something about...
The light in your living room suddenly cuts out as you are reading the last paragraph in the notebook. Jumping up, you look around in the sudden darkness. Your eyes are adjusting to the shadows painfully slow, and even your magic is failing you. No light spell emerges from your horn, no matter how hard you try. It doesn't even begin to glow, and you realize that all the magic has been sucked out of the air. From one moment to another, you feel a sharp and burning pain in your side. Something hot and wet runs down your side as two pairs of red eyes open in the darkness above you. For the next several hours, you really wish you had listened to your father, back when he had told you that your passion for reading would get you in trouble one day.
Okay guys, as always I will remind you that you can support me via my Patreon, and now let's get this done. Okay, the link to my Patreon is in the description by the way, so feel free to click it. Really, every dollar helps and is right now really direly needed. Okay, let's put this like this. This story, Dark Side, is actually written by me. I know it's not one of my better ones, I know it's not really fleshed out, but the thing is, I was thinking about another story that I was thinking, or that I have in my queue to write/finish, and this scene was like finding a body of a pony and revealing a dark secret about the princesses. It kind of came into my mind, and it just didn't fit into that other story. So, what I thought, okay, you have this idea is plaguing you for 3 days now. So write it down. So I wrote it down in the form of a one-shot, and here it is. I hope you liked it. Criticizing this story, if I did that, it would be like kinda, well, I don't like criticizing my own work. I know there are some mistakes in this, some grammar mistakes and everything, because this is one of those stories I just wrote and put out. I did not proofread it or anything. So, sincerely yours, Visual Pony. I hope you liked it. See you next time. Melt by Ambien. Celestia carried herself with elegance and grace. So much so, in fact, that her golden shoes touched the stone flooring with utter gentleness, soft and delicate as a trail of kisses. The rough and beaten workway would have been flattered, for it was everything the smooth, shining marble of Canterlot was not. There, in equal quiet and majesty, the Princess of the Sun might appear over some noble or other's shoulder. She always enjoyed that light teasing and embarrassment in the court more than any pony within the capital realized, though many had been subject to the Elicon's coy humor at some time or another. Here, there would only ever be sweat and iron, and what ponies worked here held more than enough of Celestia's respect to safeguard them from her private jokes. "Hi, Princess," came a wan little voice, muffled by the furnace door of the nearest smelter. Celestia paused mid-step, then smiled to herself. Twilight Sparkle wasn't just any pony, that was certain. In the years since first being instated as a pupil to the throne, she had gone onwards and upwards in providing her virtue and worth, making for herself a dear place in the princess's heart. "Yes, it's me. Hello, Twilight." "It's really nice that you're here." It was not the usual voice the unicorn addressed her with. Not the unself-conscious, innocent delight and adoration of Twilight's ferocious curiosity, nor the sheer panic when that very same curiosity of her own imaginings conjured something particularly upsetting. Rather, this was a voice that croaked and groaned, miserable enough to get the week off from school and not even enjoy it, though being Twilight Sparkle fell a little short. She had never enjoyed missing out on learning for anything, as Celestia well knew. It hadn't been the first time the Princess of Equestria had nursed her students through an illness, though it had been years since the last time, when a brief but eventful pox had rolled through her school for gifted unicorns. Whereas other fillies and colts had gone home to recover or had been stationed with nurses, the filly Twilight had bemoaned her unfair and cruel fate, quite poetically, from the most sumptuous bed in all Equestria.
Growing up had made Twilight no less endearing to the princess, though this time she had found herself an even more unlikely bed to curl up and shiver in. The blackened glass of the furnace door cast flickering red lights bowing down at Celestia's gold-clad hoofs. With her magic, she opened the hatch wide, bathing herself in the radiance of yellows and reds, and heat that made the air shimmer and dance. Flames leapt up where fresh oxygen rushed in, turning Twilight to a dark, obscure lump at the core of the oven. Sparks crackled and spat out of the foundry, now empty of all other ponies. Some bounced harmlessly against the alicorn before fading to flecks of ash. Celestia paid them no mind and poked her head into the glowing inferno. "You're letting the cold in," Twilight complained. She shivered. Fever sweat trickled down her brow and sides. Whenever a drip fell from the unicorn, the water remembered itself and exploded with tiny, vigorous spats into ultra-heated steam. At Celestia's beckoning, the bed of coals brightened all the more, until they were less like coal and more like shovelfuls dug straight out of the sun itself. "Feel better?" the princess asked. "A bit, thanks." The unicorn nestled down deeper into the blazing coals. "I still feel really woozy. I think breakfast caught fire in my mouth," she said apologetically. She mumbled something that might have been words. "I'm really glad you're here. Thank you." The innocent sincerity touched Celestia as it always did. "Of course, Twilight. Spike sent word to me as soon as he knew too. You were quick to figure it out." The sick pony made an aimless, sweeping gesture with her hoof. "The first 100 degrees I went above normal were a bit of a clue. Salamanderitis!" she suddenly exclaimed, knocking glowing coals about the place. One lump bounced off Celestia's forehead for comedic effect. Other than making her blink, it did nothing, and she magicked it back into the furnace, lest she make more a mess of the foundry than necessary. The working ponies had been very understanding of the situation, even if they didn't actually understand the situation. "Salamanderitis!" the unicorn cried out again. "Salamanderitis!" Celestia feared her student slipping into a moment of delirium, but Twilight had other notions. "I'm sorry," Twilight said sullenly. "Is Spike okay? I hope I got away from him quick enough." She groaned and turned over. Celestia poked her head further into the furnace until her muzzle was inches from Twilight's frayed and worry mane. She'd only stopped because the size of the door didn't permit her any further. "Yes, he'd have symptoms by now if he'd caught it too. Best to keep him out of the library until you're feeling better and it can be disinfected." Twilight nodded. "I hope he's not worried," she worried aloud. "Only as much as you are," Celestia said warmly. "How do I even catch a dragon disease anyway? I've never heard of it happening or read of it or even read a story about it. Even for you, princess, this has to be a first." Celestia used her magic to pile more of the coals up against her little student. "Indeed it is. I've never heard of it, let alone seen it happen." Twilight gave a throaty chuckle, which quickly descended into a cough. "It shouldn't even be possible. It's too terrible to be allowed. I'm all achy and dizzy and shaky, and that's not even a real adjective. Or is it an adverb?" Twilight grumbled and kicked some of her improvised bed at the furnace interior, where it clanked with a dull, heavy echo. "I'm cold now," she intoned quietly. "I'm sorry, princess." "Don't think anything of it, Twilight. You're not well." "I know. I'm trying to think straight, but I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." "If you'd rather sleep, I could—" "No, please stay." Twilight scrambled and scooped her way through the burning until she was more or less under Celestia's chin. Her wide, wobbling eyes pleaded wantonly. She shivered, then buried her head into the burning coals as if they were pillows. The heap of coals mumbled something incoherent, but nonetheless explicit. "Twilight, my dear Twilight, it's all right." "I think it's my high magic quotient," the coals said irritably. "Any pony else would be immune, because dragons are really magical too, so any flu that targeted them would have to be adapted specifically for that. The Salamanderitis thinks I'm a dragon, so now my body thinks it's one too, and is fighting it that way. My magic is tricking itself." A horn sprouted from the inferno, sizzled with a few dead purple fizzles, then uprooted itself to reveal a most self-piteous and mopey Twilight Sparkle. Celestia paused, then looked to her student. That was surprisingly succinct.
Well, I am sick, but that doesn't mean...
Twilight sneezed. The sick, vicious kind of sneeze perpetuated by only the true mucus exporter. Right in Celestia's face. Or would have expect that not even ash made it across the intervening space, and for that the Alicorn was infinitely grateful. Twilight looked more sheepish than an actual sheep. I was considering much along those lines as well. It might have been just the fever, but Twilight's eyes took on a particular shine.
You mean it?
I do.
I think like you do? I wondered and maybe I hoped that... I'm glad.
Her head and eyelids sank respectively.
Princess?
For all the truth of having her head more or less literally face first in an inferno, Celestia felt a sudden chill all the same. Yes?
I know I'm not really thinking straight, and I'm kind of scared and everything's still a bit dreamy, but I love you.
Celestia drew a gasp like she hadn't done in a long, long time. Suddenly her poise and calm were fleeting things before her.
I love you. You're like a mother to me, and I already have a mom, and usually I'm so worried about one thing or another, or thinking things through so much, but I can barely hear myself think right now. I'm just babbling, but it's nice for once not thinking and just saying.
Twilight. Twilight found the strength to dredge her head up from the blaze.
I love you, and I don't say that enough, and maybe no pony says it enough, even though we mean to, and especially not enough to you, because you're so much, so wonderful and amazing, and for everything I've done and been and learned, everything I've learned, and I find out there's 2 more things I didn't know, and...
Twilight.
And how much you've done for me, because maybe a tower full of books is what I used to think was the biggest gift to me you ever gave, but I'm just a silly, sick pony, and when I'm better I'm going to be so embarrassed, but I want to say it anyway, because it wasn't the tower of books or Canterlots that means so much. It's every time you make me smile, or inspire me, or challenge me to grow, and I realize now that you've been treating me my whole life as Twilight Sparkle, not just a unicorn to put in a tower of books, and I love you for everything, and why am I crying and smiling at the same time?
Exhausted, Twilight dropped softly to her bed of coals. The occasional tear went up with an explosive sizzle.
And now I'm scared,
she whispered.
Because right now I feel like I'm in a warm, lumpy bed, and I keep forgetting that I'm inside a furnace just to stay warm. By all rights, I shouldn't be in here ever, and I don't know what'll happen once I'm through the fever and...
Twilight Sparkle, Celestia said, being firm yet gentle with her tone. It'll be okay. I'm here and I won't leave you. I won't let anything happen.
But how?
Don't concern yourself with that. You just get some rest. I'll be right here. Twilight sniffled and shivered. With her magic, Celestia piled up the embers against her faithful student, doing what she could to make it comfortable for her. Just sleep now.
I think,
she mumbled as her eyes drooped.
I think I can now. I'm not so afraid with you here. I'm glad I said what I said.
Sleep, Twilight. I'll watch over you.
I love you,
Twilight murmured as she sank softly into sleep. For a time, Celestia ran everything Twilight had said through her thoughts and feelings, trying to make absolute sense of it all. A challenge for any pony, even one old and wise as her. After a little while, in the privacy of the utterly vacated foundry, Celestia smiled. Occasionally a droplet of water flashed into steam. I love you too, Celestia whispered to the sleeping filly before her. Celestia listened to Twilight's breathing and, in the empty ironworks and the glow of the furnace, felt herself richer than all the marble towers. Okay everyone, here is my comment time for this one. As always, I will remind you I have a Patreon account through which you can support me, and I would really appreciate it if you did. Okay, let me tell you, this story has been on my read later list for ages, and I didn't read it until I actually narrated it. I just thought the description kinda caught my eye, you know? And I was looking for something, well, extraordinary? Yeah, you know, it's a little kind of slice of life story, and I think that's what I wanted to do this story for quite some time, but, you know, I never got around to it due to Fallout Equestria, all the Fallout Equestria stuff I did and everything. And, you know, it's a slice of life story, and that is basically, at least I think so, what My Little Pony was all about at the beginning. I wanted to do this story to remind everyone that yes, there are some extraordinary things happening in My Little Pony, like the fight between Princess Twilight and T-Rex, or Fluttershy singing with the pony tones, or many, many, many things. But this story really catches what the show in itself is all about. Think about it. Of course, many of us love stories like Fallout Equestria, or the multitude of crop stories that are out there, or human and Equestria stories. But this is really something that got me hooked in the first place when I watched the show, which was really this interaction between the ponies, not in quote-unquote the Equestrian wasteland or something. No, it was that a monarch, that Princess Celestia, was still so down to earth that she takes a commoner in as her student, that it was this motherly relationship between the two, and mother-daughter relationship, even though they're not blood-related and everything. And it's something I enjoyed, and I still enjoy. And let the story be a reminder for you to, yes, there are stories like Fallout Equestria, there are stories like, I don't know, there are so many war stories, for example, or dark, or grimdark, or even gore. But they are, yeah, special, but this story is, in my opinion at least, what My Little Pony was about when I first joined the fandom. Sincerely yours, Visual Pony. The Love of a Sister. Hey, that's cheating! I cried out as my sister used her horn to grab onto the controller of our Nintendo. Being an Earth pony, I had to use my hoofs to control the game, which was kind of unfair. Her magic gave her a definite advantage when we were playing games together, so usually she did not use it. In love, war, and video games, everything is allowed, my sister giggled, sticking her tongue out at me. We were playing Super Marshmallow Kart, which was one of my favorite games at the time. I huffed slightly and turned my eyes back to the TV screen, now determined to win this race. Our parents were out for the evening and my other sister was sleeping over at a friend's place, so we had the entire house to ourselves. Usually I'd been sent to bed as soon as Celestia had set the sun, but my sister Note let me stay up longer if we were alone. Thinking back, if I hadn't known she was my sister, I would have sworn that she was my mother. That's how much she cared for me. Of course, Note won the game, doing a little victory dance while sitting on the couch. I, on my part, pouted slightly. I was sure that I would have won if she hadn't used her horn after all. "Ah, come on, it's just a game," she said as she noticed my reaction. Pulling me into a hug, Note began to stroke my back, and soon I calmed down enough to suggest a rematch. My sister laughed at that, released me from her forelegs and picked up the controller once again. I lost again and again that evening, but I didn't mind as much as before for some reason. Even though I lost, I think I still enjoyed the time with my sister. During the day, she usually had too many chores to spend much time with me, and in the evenings she was too beat that she didn't have enough strength left to play with me for any extended periods of time. Musical Note didn't like that fact either, but there was nothing we could do about that. We lived a little ways away from Canterlot on a farm that was pretty secluded. Sure, there was the neighbors that lived only about 5 minutes away, but they were no fun at all. They preferred to be left alone on their own farm, and even though my parents had tried to commute with them, they had turned down every invitation we had sent. The chores on the farm had to be done, easy as that. We didn't earn enough money at the time to hire any farm hoofs, so we had to do all the work by ourselves. Even I, at only 5 years old, already had to take over some of the chores. Nothing really hard yet. Feeding the chickens, getting the eggs or cleaning the plow. Those kinds of things were what I did on our farm. Still thinking about the farm and all the chores that would once again await us in the morning, I didn't realize at first that Note had paused the game and was standing up. I was confused for a moment until the doorbell rang again. Normally, we wouldn't open the door after dark, of course, but we had ordered a pizza some time ago.
Alright, I'm coming. No need to get impatient, buddy.
Note called out towards the door, becoming slightly irritated as the bell rang again. My sister was not a mare to get irritated easily, but this was definitely something that got a rise out of her. She just couldn't stand impatient ponies. When my sister had left the living room, I put away my controller as well. There was no use in holding onto it if there was food on the way after all. I also knew, however, that after the pizza, even Note would send me off to bed. I waited for what felt like hours, but most likely were only a few minutes. Small colts do get bored easily after all. Suddenly, I heard a commotion from the entrance hall. Something fell over, shattering on the floor. A scream cut through the night shortly after. It was my sister's voice, so I jumped up and ran for the door into the hall. What I saw when I stuck my head out will haunt me for the rest of my life. Note was laying in one corner of the hallway, her eyes closed. Even in the dim light that came from the entrance hall, I could see that the wallpaper behind her was smeared with blood. Panicking, I ran out of the living room and towards my injured sister as fast as my short legs could carry me, but a black-hooded figure suddenly appeared in front of me, blocking my way. I almost collided with the stallion, coming to a halt only a few feet away from him. He was almost completely covered by his black-hooded cloak. The only features I could see of him was his lavender tail and green eyes that reflected the light coming from the entrance hall. I will never forget the look of glee he shot my way as he raised a kitchen knife in his muzzle. At that moment, I was torn. On one hoof, I wanted to get to my sister and bring her to safety. On the other, I wanted to run for my own life. To my eternal shame, I chose the latter. The stallion behind me started to laugh maniacally as he gave chase. It didn't take him long to close the distance, since he was much larger than me, but his knife missed me the first time. His second swing nicked my flank just above where my cutie mark would be later on in my life, but I did not even feel that cut until much later. Then, one of the cabinets in the hallway was enveloped in an orange magical glow and fell over right after I passed it. I knew that magic. Looking back over my shoulder, I saw that Note was struggling to her hoofs, several pottery charts sticking out of her back. Nowadays I know that this had been what I had heard breaking before. A vase that stood on a small table in the hallway had fallen over when my sister had tried to fight off the intruder. He had then knocked her out and she had fallen onto the broken pieces. Looking at my sister right then and there, I didn't recognize her at all as she began to gallop after the pair of us. I could tell that it must have hurt her, but the expression on her face was a mix of conflicting emotions I had never seen on her before. Rage, hurt, fear, and love. It was all there. It was as if she didn't even notice the trail of blood she created as she rammed into the stallion, chasing after me with all of her weight. Now, my sister wasn't a big pony, but her speed was enough to knock our attacker over.
Cookie, run over to the neighbors and call the police!
Note called out to me as she threw herself onto the fallen stallion who was struggling to get back to his hoofs. The knife he had been carrying had fallen out of his jaw when my sister had rammed him to the ground. I, however, could not take my eyes off the scene before me. For some reason I felt scared and safe at the same time. The bad pony was disarmed now and my sister could handle him. Of that I was sure. Note was quite strong after all. The two combatants started to hit each other with their hoofs, but it was quite evident to me, even at that young an age, that the stallion was much stronger than my sister. Each time he hit her, her head rocked backwards, and once I heard a terrible cracking sound as he hit her face. He had broken her nose. Then, as I rolled over the floor of the hallway, the stallion suddenly brought up his hind legs and threw my sister off. Battered and bruised, she impacted the wall. Her legs were shaking badly as she tried and failed to rise 3 times. When she finally was able to get back to her hoofs on the 4th try, the intruder had already picked up his weapon again. Note's face was swollen. Most of her right eye was swollen shut and the other looked strangely empty. The beautiful brown of the iris had turned into a milky shade of grey. Her eyes widened when she saw that I still had not run away.
Run!
She pressed out through several broken teeth. I felt as if I was rooted to the spot. My legs just didn't want to move as the stallion knocked Note onto her back once more. Before she could bring up her hoofs to protect herself, the stallion brought down his blade. A strangled cry of pain escaped my sister's throat as the cold steel cut deep into her chest. Her legs came up, wrapping herself around the stallion's neck. He tried to free himself, but Note had trapped him. As her head rolled back, she looked directly at me and repeated what she had said earlier. This time, I ran. The blood trickling out of my sister's muzzle is another sight I will never forget for the rest of my life. To this day, I cannot forgive myself for not running for help when there had still been a chance for her. Author's note. This story is dedicated to my oldest sister who died 25 years ago. She was not murdered like in the story, but it was murder nonetheless in my eyes. A teacher refused to help her as she was drowning during swimming classes. Let it be known that I will never forget the name of that man. Sincerely yours, Visual Pony. A world without kindness. For want of dawn. The deer was a rich and oh so tempting way of satiating that gnawing emptiness inside me, and I followed it on silent wings. She was young, not even a yearling, and separated from her herd by the vagaries of the ever-free forest at twilight. A chance encounter with one of my pit traps had shattered her ankle an hour before, and she'd struggled through the ice-crusted undergrowth for nearly half a kilometer before finally collapsing. It had been a remarkable effort. I would have done little beyond sob and scream for my mother in her place, but she'd fought every step for her life. I could respect her for that at least. Hunger. True hunger. Hunger that consumes your every thought and weighs down every action had been alien to me before the war. There were times when I'd missed lunch because I was busy on some errand or had been short a few bits for a sandwich, but that was an annoying twinge that passed within hours. A well-stocked kitchen waited for me, filled with all manner of treats to keep the desperate need for food from truly biting. I could look back fondly on those missed lunches, when breakfast was still settling and dinner was a mere eye blink away, as a golden time. After 3 days without food, you begin to wonder how far you'll go for a bite of a rotten apple. You wonder whether you will ever eat again and what lines you'll cross to fill your belly. I landed near the doe, folding my leathery wings tight against my body. She screamed then, letting loose a brutal animal bellow of pain and fear, thrashing as she tried to scramble to her hoofs. Her labored snorts misting in the frozen air of the forest. All her efforts got her no more than a dozen yards. I missed the gentler days when woodland creatures wouldn't run in fear at the sight of me, but less than I missed the taste of celery. The doe collapsed again, her breathing ragged, blood-flecked foam pooling at the corners of her mouth. At last I approached her, making familiar soothing noises as I approached. I made sure to always stay in sight, to keep eye contact, hide my more vicious features and avoid her one good hind leg. Deer were big animals. Though young, she was almost my size, and I didn't want an errant hoof to break a rib when I had so far to fly to get home. My calming tone seemed to reassure the doe, or maybe she was just done fighting, and I reached out to stroke her head. "Hush now, quiet now," I sang, my voice carrying across the silent clearing. "It's time to lay your sleepy head." I pulled a worn carving knife out my pouch and, with practiced ease, slit her throat. "Hush now, quiet now, it's time to go to bed." The poor doe's eyes rolled backwards in her head as she shuddered and kicked. Her struggle for life didn't last long. I managed to restrain myself for long enough to wipe the tears from my eyes before I dove into the carcass and, sinking my fangs into her ruined throat, I let the hot, delicious blood pour into my mouth. The Dawn denounced Cestrals for drinking blood, but it was a stupid thing to hate us for. I didn't drink blood because I was a monster of the night. I drank blood because it was full of nutrients and I was hungry. The flow eased to a trickle of dark ooze and I let out a contented sigh. That screaming emptiness in the pit of my belly had been reduced to a familiar ache. Wiping the blood from my lips, I stepped back from the carcass and huffed to myself as I regarded the task before me. I'd have to haul it back to camp, but hadn't anticipated such a windfall of food. First, I would have to put together a litter, and that would demand a few sturdy sticks and something to bind it all together. A simple solution was waiting for me, down a nearby narrow trail that wound through the undergrowth out of the clearing. A shudder ran down my spine, but I didn't fancy weaving together vines that day, so with a deep breath I followed the trail. My own cottage lay at the end, and I stood staring at the ruined building for a long time. The world laughed its cruel ironies. An injured child in her hour of need had followed a half-remembered myth to try to find the kindly mare who looked after all the creatures of the forest. She hadn't known that the same mare had been the one who set the trap that broke her leg. She didn't know that no one was kind anymore, especially not me. I stepped out of the protective ring of trees and, my belly near flat to the ground, slunk over the frozen grass. Ponyville lay beyond my cottage. It was a haunted and terrifying place. The perpetual twilight of Equestria had filled the ruins with deep shadows, and in my mind 1,000 monsters lurked within. Half the town had blasted to shreds by some unicorn spell, but the other had melted. Glass, brick and bone merged together by an unimaginable inferno. Celestia's handiwork, no doubt. The river had burst its banks since I'd last visited and flooded the town before freezing, locking what little remained of the ruins in ice. Far in the distance, I could see the sun behind the Canterhorn Mountain. The golden towers of the city had been torn down, and now the sun feared to rise upon Equestria. I looked away from the dirty smear on the mountainside that had once been Canterlot, the grandest city of our age, feeling no small sense of satisfaction. The gate of my cottage had fallen off, but I didn't bother propping it back up this time. The fence had been robbed for lumber months ago. Instead, I picked my way across the empty yard, sticking to the shadows before slipping through the empty doorway and into my home. The dark was all-pervasive inside, along with the reek of rot, but Nightmare's children have no fear of the dark. Fear of the dark was just another fond memory of happier times. Scavengers of both dawn and dusk had picked the cottage clean many times over, leaving just a few fragments of furniture and a thick layer of frost. The little birdhouses, soft cushions, and my beloved books had all vanished, and many had fed my own fire. Still, there were a few secrets I'd held close to my chest. Upstairs, in a small closet, now sans door, was a small compartment beneath the floorboards. It was not a secret compartment, just a little nook where I kept a few keepsakes. The quilt had been knitted by my mother many years ago. It was sized for a foal, but would do for the litter. I hugged the blanket close, a little blood rubbing off on the clothes. Once it had smelled of warmth and home, but the mildew seemed to be setting in. I'm not sure why that upset me so much. My ears flicked up as I heard the sound of frost crunching beneath hoofs. For a moment, I didn't even breathe. There was no pony in camp beyond myself who would be foolish enough to leave the Everfree. And there was no pony beyond the forest I would call friend. My eyes went to the window, but the tiny portal was rimmed by wicked shards of glass and I would have to kick the whole frame out to escape. There would be no stealthy exit there. Bundling up the quilt, I stuffed it under the strap of my saddlebags. The sounds from below had faded away to nothing, but I kept my ears high as I crept over to the stairs. The creaks and groans of the rotting boards sounded like cannon shots as I made my way down into the ruined living room, doing my best impression of a patch of living night. The room was empty, and my wings twitched in anticipation as I eyed the empty doorway. I was in a dead sprint when the unicorn unveiled herself, stepping out of thin air to block my path. She was a Dawn soldier, one of the last of Celestia's champions. A mare with a pure white coat, she wore plate armor painted with a dull whitewash, the image of a six-pointed star emblazoned across her breast. Her face was marred by a deep scar over one eye, but that was all I saw before a blade flashed into the air. The rapier was a ribbon of steel, grasped by her magic and danced through the air towards me. Death kissed me. I caught the flat of the blade with my wing, sending it tumbling across the room as I ducked and rolled under the lethal blow. The unicorn danced backwards as I scrambled to my hoofs. Her gaze focused on a point behind my head and the hum of the blade in the air raced back towards me. I leapt, pumping my wings, the steel slicing away a few dirty strands of my tail as it slid under me. The unicorn was beneath my hoofs suddenly and I lashed out, catching her helmeted head with a rear hoof. She staggered under the blow but didn't fall. I hit the frozen grass and accelerated away, pumping my wings for more speed.
Get back here, monster!
The unicorn howled, thundering after me. I didn't look back, bounding over the frozen earth at a frantic gallop. The sound of heavy hoofs and muffled armor followed mere strides behind. I had the lead, but she had clearly had a few more square meals in her over the last couple of days. I ducked under another swing of her blade as I darted between the trees and dove into the undergrowth. For a moment, I lay there, stilling my trembling wings through sheer will. The Dawn army never came into the Everfree. Even when Celestia had been alive, they'd never been so The sword slammed into the ground half an inch from my nose. Letting out a squeak, I leapt to my hoofs and tore through the forest, that deadly blade harrying my every step. Fatigue dogged me, the adrenaline rush already fading away, leaving my legs leaden as I pushed deeper and deeper into the haunted wood.
Bring it back!
The unicorn called out. I spared no thought on what she thought I'd stolen. The blood was pounding in my ears. My heart was racing, and the overriding need to escape blanked out all rational thought as I plunged deeper into the Everfree. It was blind luck that saved me. One of my many hobbling traps loomed out of the forest before me and I darted around it without a second thought. The terrible blade licked at my fetlocks again, trying to hamstring me, and I felt a fresh ribbon of pain lance across my flank as I missed the step. Stumbling, I fought to regain my hoofs when a scream rent the air behind me. The blade crashed to the ground, all magic gone in an instant. Skidding to a stop, I looked back. The Everfree was silent, save for my own ragged breathing. No creature stirred, no birdsong carried on the breeze. And the killing rapier lay on the ground, still at long last. All the little cuts and injuries my frantic flight had gained me came rushing upon me, demanding attention. None seemed life-threatening. The thin wound on my flank from the blade had not even reached the muscle. Placing the largest rock I could find on the blade, I slunk my way back towards the trap. The unicorn had caught a hoof in the trap and shattered her hind leg. It was a nasty, compound fracture where the bone had pierced her skin, bright red bloom marring the perfect white of her coat. Before the war, I would have run for the paramedics within moments of seeing such a wound, but the paramedics were long dead. I crept closer, watching for the faintest hint of a trap. A few sparks from her horn froze me in my tracks, but no blade came whirling through the air. Instead, she let out a pitiful moan. I sighed in relief. Unicorns could not cast magic while in extreme pain, since they couldn't summon the focus required. It was how we killed them. She saw me approach and whimpered in fear. I must have looked aside. My muzzle and chest were still stained with the deer's blood, and a vicious scowl marred my features as I glared at the unicorn who'd caused me so much pain.
Just,
she said as I approached, drawing her forehoofs up against her chest protectively.
Make it quick.
She closed her eyes. Her helmet had vanished into the undergrowth, revealing a long shock of purple hair, bound into a tight bun. I recognized her then.
Oh no,
I whimpered. Rarity looked up at me, her good eye pleading.
You won't make it quick?
She stammered. I should have broken her neck then. She was going to die. It would take immediate first aid and surgery to save her life, taking up supplies we desperately needed. Even if she lived, there was no future for her at the camp. She was dawn and we were dusk.
Rarity?
I whined, trembling with indecision. Realization dawned on her face, along with horror.
Fluttershy?
Her eyes swept across my twisted form.
Darling, what happened to you?
I had to kill her. There was no way she'd survive the day alone with that wound. It would be mercy.
The war,
I told her. She nodded, trembling.
Nightmare Moon. The war,
I repeated, my eyes narrowing. Nightmare Moon may have taken my wings, but it was Celestia who destroyed my world. Rarity didn't seem to have the strength to argue. A shudder ran through her.
Are you going to kill me, Fluttershy?
I had to. I couldn't save her. I couldn't even feed myself, yet alone add another invalid to our horde of hungry mouths. It would be the best to make it swift than leave her to the mercy of the Everfree.
Fluttershy?
I pulled the knife from my bag. It would be just like the deer. One quick motion and her suffering would all be over. There was no room for kindness in this world. Even if I knew my victim, even if she'd given me the warmest scarf I'd ever owned as a birthday gift at one time.
Please.
If I saved her, we would go hungry. I didn't have the strength to take her home and the carcass.
Don't.
My knife trembled. There was no more kindness left in the world. I landed in the courtyard of the ruined castle, letting the carcass of the deer fall to the earth with a weary sigh. The world laughed its little cruel ironies. The castle used to belong to the royal sisters. It was the very castle that myself, Twilight Sparkle and 4 other mares had set out for on the night of Nightmare Moon's return in an attempt to retrieve the elements of harmony and save the world. We never made it. We were lost in the forest for days before making our way out, and by then the war had begun in earnest. Today I could have guided us all through the forest in under 6 hours. I often wondered whether it would have made a difference if I'd known the path of the Everfree back then, but somehow I doubted it.
Hey, Fluttershy!
Pinkie Pie chirped, bounding over. I have no idea where she gets the energy.
What have you got for Auntie Pinkie?
I regarded the pink mare with a flat look. Years of war and hardship had had no noticeable effect on her beyond a distinct lack of pudge.
I'm a year older than you,
I pointed out softly, but it passed without notice as usual. Pinky leaned round me to look at the carcass. The lower half had been torn away by some predator, probably a lone wolf by the tracks. But I had saved the majority of the meat.
No cupcakes?
I smiled.
When I find the cupcake tree, I'll tell you first. Good, because I know I planted that somewhere. I just can't remember where.
Pinky gave an exaggerated shrug.
Oh well, I liked the mare you brought in earlier more. She was more fun than an icky deer. Well, probably Applejack wouldn't let me near her for some reason.
With Pinky's help, I began to disentangle myself from the makeshift sled and clear the worst of the fall off of my quilt.
How is she?
I inquired.
Huh?
Pinky asked, balancing a kidney on her nose.
Oh, the unicorn? Yeah, she's fine. Barry patched her up and gave her something to help her sleep. Captain is pretty mad at you, though.
A tremor ran down my spine. That was a conversation that I wanted to put off as long as possible. Maybe I could take a few days in Whitetail Woods scouting.
Auntie Pinky! Auntie Pinky!
En masse, the folds tumbled out of the castle. A multicolored cascade of little hoofs, horns, feathers, and leathery wings. It had been a small miracle that so many young ponies had survived the war, and all in the care of a single mare. I'd never asked Pinky what she'd done to bring them safely through the nightmare, but after the end she had been waiting for us at the castle with a dozen precious charges. I'd never seen the captain cry before the day Pinkie Pie had brought her sister back from the dead.
Oh, is that dinner?
Scootaloo cried, the orange cestrel circling my head.
Not yet,
Pinky replied in her sing-song tone.
But once we get a nice big fire together, we'll be able to cook a feast.
There were many wide-eyed stares from the little folds. They were all so thin I doubted any of them even remembered their last proper meal. And I'd lost half the meat to a pointless act.
And it's all thanks to Fluttershy?
I suddenly was the center of attention.
Is it true you killed 3 Dawn Soldiers, Fluttershy?
Scootaloo blurted out, fluttering her bat wings and bouncing up and down excitedly. Like many Pegasi, she had not escaped the nightmare unchanged. She shared my overlarge ears, slit pupils, and bat-like wings. The changes never seemed to slow her down, though.
No pony could beat 3 Dawn on their own scoots.
Applebloom snapped, glaring at her friend. The pair were always fighting, a remnant of a long-finished crusade for cutie marks.
Even Applejack couldn't do that.
Girls, I interjected, but they kept talking over me.
Well, that's because she's not Fluttershy,
Scootaloo proclaimed loudly, drawing herself up to her full height.
She beat 5 Dawn unicorns and captured their leader and brought us all dinner.
Oh, the rest of the folds chorused, wide-eyed.
There was only...
I tried again.
Well, Applejack could beat a dozen Dawns and Twilight Sparkle. Girls,
I squeaked, backing away, blushing red with embarrassment. Pinky came to my rescue.
Come on, you silly fillies!
She called out, the carcass draped over her back.
We've got a dinner to prepare. Who wants to get the vegetables?
The prospect of breaking into our dwindling store of vegetables distracted the folds in an instant, and I breathed a deep sigh of relief.
Thank you,
I whispered.
No problem, Fluttershy,
Pinky stage whispered back.
Come on, girls! Hey!
Rumble protested.
And boys!
Pinky continued without missing a beat.
Let's leave the mighty hunter alone. She has to talk to the captain anyway. I have to what?
I asked, but the herd had already moved away.
Good luck, Fluttershy,
Applebloom called over her shoulder.
What?
I repeated, shaking my head. Oh, of course the captain wanted to see me. She would have to blame some pony for bringing the unicorn in.
Miss Fluttershy?
Sweetie Belle interjected, hanging back from the rest of the crowd. Did you really kill all those unicorns? I hung my head. No, I couldn't have, even if I wanted to. The little unicorn smiled. Could you ask the one you saved whether she knew any pony with a little sister called Sweetie Belle? I nodded. I'll do what I can. Sweetie Belle beamed. Thank you so much, Fluttershy. She hurried after the group, and I allowed myself a weary smile. I hadn't known Sweetie Belle before the war. She'd lived in Ponyville, but her sister and the rest of her family were most likely gone. It was too much to hope that Rarity was a long-lost relative. Head hung, I packed up my quilt and followed them into the castle. The great hall lay in ruins, shattered centuries ago by some titanic battle, but much of the rest of the building was sound. At least, sound enough for 50 outcast ponies to survive behind its thick walls. I picked my way past the multi-armed pedestal that was the room's sole feature. According to Pinkie Pie, it held the elements of harmony, though I didn't believe her. Even though one of the great battles of the war had been to prevent either side accessing the castle, the grey stones had never shown a spark of magic to me. Against my better judgment, I didn't follow Pinkie and the Folds to the kitchen, despite the wonderful smells coming from that direction. Instead, I went to find the captain. Applejack was in the armory, barking orders as usual. Captain Applejack was marked by the nightmare like many of us, in fact, more so. She'd been one of Nightmare Moon's champions at the height of the war, and even her cutie mark had been warped by the princess. 3 red moons sat on her flank in place of her old apples. Her slitted eyes narrowed as my soft hoofsteps reached her. "Fluttershy!" she growled, and I felt myself shrink an inch lower to the floor. "Wanna start explaining why I've got a dawn mare laid up on a sickbed?" I took a great interest in my blood-stained hoofs. I failed. Applejack sighed, taking off her hat and holding it to her breast. "And I can't blame you for that. This ain't the time we can be kind, though. We got precious little between us as is, and she ain't the last bunny." She fixed me with a commanding glare which I shied away from. "That mare's a soldier, a killer, and I got Folds to look after. She's out the moment she wakes up." "She can't walk," I pointed out, still not matching Applejack's gaze. "Damn hunt don't need to move to kill ya," the captain growled, stamping. That wasn't what I'd meant, but I didn't dare correct her. Applejack had saved us all after the war. I couldn't go against her. After the princesses died and both dawn and dusk turned on themselves, she'd done the impossible and taught us to survive in the Everfree, safe from the roving bands of desperate killers beyond the trees. I whimpered. "Please, she's hurt." A long sigh escaped the captain's lips. "We can't keep her, but we can use her. She ain't the only one of Celestials." She spat the word. "Look around. There's a whole mess of them on the edge of the forest, and I want to know why. If you can get that from her, then we'll see about getting her to her people." "Okay," I said meekly. It was a better deal than I could have hoped for, really. Rarity had seemed well cared for. They probably could look after her better than us anyway. "Right," Applejack said, putting her hat back on. "Well, she's in your room when you're ready for her." My wings flew out in alarm. "I suggest you get some victuals in ya and some sleep. It's gonna be a long night." My breathing was short and rapid as the captain strode away. They'd put Rarity in my room? Well, that was logical, as there wasn't exactly many soft beds anymore, but... my room. Some pony put a hoof on my shoulder and I found myself beneath an armor rack with no clear idea how I got there. Trembling, I waited for the horrible monster to come and devour me.
"Wow, can you teach me to move that fast?"
Pinkie exclaimed and dragged me out from my hiding place by my tail.
Why so glum?"
She cocked her head at me and reached out and lifted the corners of my mouth with her hoofs.
You should smile more, Fluttershy.
They put Rarity in my room, I whimpered.
Oh, don't worry, you silly filly,
Pinky said with a dismissive wave.
I made sure Angel stayed.
She froze. For a moment I thought she was having a stroke. Every inch of her seemed to tremble all at once.
Wait, did you say Rarity?
I nodded, getting to my hoofs and taking a half step back from the strange mare. Pinky exploded into motion, grabbing me in a bone-breaking hug. I hung limply from her grip.
This is great news,
she exclaimed, bouncing us up and down.
The bestest, most amazing, wonderful news ever! Why?
I squeaked.
Because tomorrow's going to be
sunshine and rainbows, I groaned.
Sunshine and rainbows,
Pinky continued unabated.
Oh, I've got to get everything ready.
She galloped away and I sighed. I should have known it was just Pinky being Pinky. It was easy to say things would be better tomorrow, when the sun never rose. I slept fitfully in the gloom of my room, hugging Angel close. He was less than fond of all the hugs he'd received in recent months, but had never complained for my sake. I lived in fear that one day I'd return to the camp to find rabbit stew cooked over the fire.
Fluttershy?
I stirred, my back popping in protest. I slept on the floor in the end. Rarity was the one with a broken leg after all.
Why is it so dark?
It took me a moment to realize only my night-touched eyes made the room appear bright. My little room had once been part of the servants' quarters, and the tiny window and lack of exterior walls had shielded it from the ravages of time better than most. There was little furniture, a bed salvaged from my cottage, a flimsy chest, and a few boxes that pretended they were a hutch.
Just a moment.
I dragged myself over to the chest and pulled an old oil lamp out, then fumbled with a flint and steel until a dull orange glow filled the room. Rarity breathed a sigh of relief, then a little gasp escaped her. Rarity had pulled up the sheets up around her neck with her bound forelegs and was staring at her wounded leg. It had been a bad break, but Barry had years of experience patching up ponies. Despite the blooded bandages and the splints that looked like a table leg, she would live. It certainly didn't look pretty, but maybe one day it would heal enough for her to walk again.
Oh dear,
she murmured before floating the sheets back down with a spark of magic.
I'd forgotten it was quite that bad.
She looked over to me and there was sadness mixed in with her gaze. I pressed my long ears against my head in shame. At least I'd washed all the blood off my face.
Thank you for saving my life,
Rarity said at last.
I acted hastily back in your cottage. The idea of one of those dusk monsters desecrating your home was too much to bear.
I looked away, glaring at the floor. She didn't have to call me a monster.
I hope I didn't hurt you too badly.
I sighed. I'd got out of the whole mess with just a few stitches and a bandage wrap.
No, just scratches really.
A long silence stretched between us. I wondered how Applejack expected me to learn anything from Rarity. Maybe it had just been a cruel punishment for saving the enemy. She knew how bad I was around other ponies.
So, might I ask where I am?
Rarity broached at last.
Our camp,
I replied softly.
At the Heart of the Everfree. You're safe here. Are you all dusk?
She asked with a shudder.
Yes,
I said.
Except for some of the foals. The captain led us here after the war ended, saved our lives when things started going to Tartarus out there.
Rarity nodded.
It has not been an easy few months since Celestia, heavens hold her, died.
She commiserated.
And Nightmare Moon,
I added, hanging my head.
Phew.
No, there's one mare I'm glad is dead. I'm not. Nightmare Moon may have started the war, but in the end it was her care that had shepherded me through it. I owed her everything for that. The Dawn Unicorn seemed to regard me with horror for a moment, but it was gone in an instant beneath her iron self-control. Might I ask who this captain is? Applejack, I replied, sitting down next to the bed. She lived just outside Ponyville. Applejack, Rarity echoed. But she was there when we tried to defeat Nightmare Moon. Why would she turn her back on Equestria? I met her eyes at last. She never forgave Celestia for burning Sweet Apple Acres. I told her simply. Scorched Earth tactics it had been called, a thorn placed in the path of the nightmare as Celestia retreated. Rarity seemed to realize she'd put her hoof in it again and looked away. It was a terrible war, she said, lamely. I nodded in agreement. I have to ask, she began after a silence. Your wings, is it true what you have to do to earn them? I felt Angel wrap himself around my foreleg. The Nightmare's armies hadn't been as soft as Celestia's. They didn't let any pony drag them down if they couldn't keep up in the march. And if you dropped out after you joined, then you were dead, as simple as that. Dead weight had no place in a war, and you had to earn your place with blood. The circle? I croaked. 2 pegs I enter, 1 cestral leaves? I shuddered at the memory of that bloody night. No, not every pony went through that. Did you, Fluttershy? I'd made myself forget the name of the stallion I'd killed. I could have died for him. It would have been the kind thing to do. I could have refused to make sport for the nightmare, bared my throat and let him have his life. But I had spent too many days surrounded by the dying. Too many days with an empty stomach and too many days enduring the drill sergeant's leash. I hadn't even given him the chance to be kind. Not that I think he ever would have been. And in the end, I wanted to live more. Oh, Fluttershy. My head snapped up. The pitying expression on Rarity's face cut me like a knife. How dare you? I growled. How dare you? I rose into the air on my cursed wings. You say that like you don't have blood on your hoofs. You say that like you've never killed for a meal. You tried to kill me in my own home, you sun-addled horn! Rarity tried to shrink back. She didn't get far with a broken leg. Don't you dare pity me! I roared, looming over her. Not after what you Dawn scum did! There was a sudden tugging at my tail. Angel Bunny gave me a reproachful look, and I at last noticed I was screaming at my patient. I dropped to the floor and swept the rabbit into a hug. He didn't resist in the slightest. Rarity wisely said nothing. I'm supposed to ask you why you're here, I murmured, at last releasing Angel. What? A little louder I repeated. Why are you here? The Dawn don't come into the Everfree. Rarity sighed and closed her eyes. I can't tell you, she admitted. I shook my head. I'm afraid you have to answer. We need to know. What will happen if I don't? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. If I'd had my way, nothing. There were no kind mares anymore, though. Then we'll let you go. Rarity didn't seem to expect that answer. Excuse me? The porcelain unicorn exclaimed. Then what if I tell you everything? Then we'll let you go at the edge of the forest. The sheer terror on her face was the right response. On 3 legs, in the heart of the Everfree, I wouldn't have expected her to last the hour. Surely you can't. Knock knock! Pinkie Pie called out, the door already open, 2 steaming plates balanced on her back. Dinner call for hungry fillies! The hero's platter for Fluttershy! She placed the larger of the plates in front of me. It was mostly wizard vegetables, but a large hunk of version held pride of place.
And the vegetarian option for the long-lost Rarity!
Rarity's eyes couldn't have been wider.
Pinkie Pie, you're with the Dusk too? What? Oh, no, I'm not with them,
Pinkie chirped.
They're with me!
Rarity and I shared a confused look.
Anyway, have you told her yet?
Pinkie inquired, beaming. I frowned.
Told her what?
Pinkie's jaw dropped.
What? What?
I opened my mouth to speak, but she plunged a hoof into it before I could get a word out.
No, don't say anything, you'll ruin the surprise! I'll be back before you can say marvelous minty mega mintards!
She was off like a shot.
Pinkie,
Rarity said, shaking her head.
Pinkie Pie never changes.
I'd learned to live with it. The grumbling of my stomach forestalled any further attempts at interrogation, and I tore into the meal. Rarity watched with some distaste as I ripped apart the steak, but I paid her no heed.
I guess that explains the blood,
she observed, picking delicately at her plate. I sent her another flat glare. I didn't tell her the meal would have been bigger if I hadn't bothered to save her life.
The Dawn has still enough fresh food to be picky then.
Rarity shook her head.
I wouldn't call it fresh, but we still have our stores and haven't reached that level of...
She caught my glare and let that sentence finish unsaid. Angel Bunny hopped up onto the bed next to her. For a moment my heart leapt in my throat, but Rarity made no move against the rabbit. He stomped over to the plate and jabbed a paw at the platter.
Oh?
Rarity gazed longingly at her dinner.
Well, I guess I can part with one carrot.
I smiled as my bunny effortlessly extorted a third of Rarity's dinner from her, carrot slice by carrot slice. My own meal vanished far too fast for him to try the same trick, though I did set aside a few nice leaves of cabbage aside for him later. The meat was all for me, though. It was hard-won and tasted all the more delicious because of it.
I don't recall saying to feed the prisoner,
Applejack said, observed from the doorway. She frowned at Rarity.
You look familiar. We try and kill each other?
Rarity shuddered.
Quite the opposite, darling. My name is Rarity. We grew up in Ponyville together.
Applejack cocked a brow.
You're from Ponyville with that accent?
She said skeptically.
You sound like I've been huffing Celestia's farts from the cradle.
I backed slowly away from the altercation, hiding Angel beneath my wing. I'd never dared ask the captain on whether we were allowed pets.
How dare you!
Rarity snapped, puffing herself up as much as she could whilst bedridden.
Just because you chose to follow such a brute of a princess doesn't mean you have to slander Celestia. The heavens hold her.
Applejack regarded her with a flat glare.
Well, you may be from Ponyville, but you sure found your place with the Dawn murderers. You ever forgive her for destroying your home?
Rarity stammered.
There's nothing to forgive.
Sure there ain't, Sugar Cube,
Applejack said in a monotone.
And nothing wrong with killing an old mare in her bed just because she don't want to give up 100 years of hard work.
Rarity took a deep breath, drawing a hoof up to her breast.
It was a war, and not one Celestia, heavens hold her, started. Was she supposed to just let Nightmare Moon win?
Maybe. Don't seem to have made much difference in the end.
Applejack turned her gaze to me.
You get anything from her?
Not yet.
Applejack sighed.
You're going to tell us why your friends are skulking around my forest?
Applejack snapped at Rarity. Rarity huffed, turning her nose up.
Thought as much.
Applejack walked forward until she stood at the foot of the bed.
Well, if you feel more cooperative, give us a holler.
She pressed a hoof against Rarity's wounded leg, making the unicorn gasp with pain.
And if you hurt any of mine with that horn of yours, I'll rip it off and toss you out for the Timberwolves.
Tipping her head, she turned to go. I hurried over to Rarity, fussing over her bandages, but Applejack stopped me dead in my tracks.
Flutters,
she drawled. I need you for another errand. Bring those fancy blades of yours. I whimpered. Applejack trotted out without another word.
I don't think I like that mare,
Roudy said, softly, her lip trembling.
I've got to go,
I murmured, slinking over to my chest.
Please keep an eye on Angel. Of course, dear, but what is it you're...
I pulled my 3 knives out of the chest. They were short daggers, really, curved along the lengths with jet hilts. The blades were a brilliant silver even in the weak light of the lamp.
Star Steel,
Roudy gasped. I nodded. Unicorn killing blades. There was no question what Applejack wanted me to use them for. The unicorn soldier was almost invisible in the twilight gloom of the ever-free forest, even to my nightmare-gifted eyes. He had chosen his position well, with good lines of sight into the forest along the winding path and a clear shout to his camp over his shoulder. He had trained to fight in the sun, though. His armor may have been the muted white of the Dawn Army, but he'd polished his buckles to the mirror shine and I'd spotted the glint 100 meters off. During the war, he would have been dead within a week on campaign. I wondered how he'd survived. Applejack's errand had been part scouting mission and part assassination. Dawn soldiers had entered the forest in force and we had to both know why and stop them at all costs. Rumble and Thunder had come with me. The Ancestral brothers had never been mage hunters like myself, but Aldusk knew how to hide when needed. I held up a blackened hoof. Every few minutes the guard would look longingly over his shoulder at the camp and stamp his hoofs, wondering whether his relief was on the way or maybe just pinning for a cocoa. Either way, he was an idiot, leaving himself nearly blind and distracted.
500 count,
I hissed over my shoulder at the brothers.
Then make for the supply wagons. Burn or smash them, I don't care. If the alarm goes up before then, pick off a few guards and pretend to be an army. Then fade away.
For the night, they chorused, nodding.
The night,
I echoed automatically. It was amazing how fast my training had come rushing back. I had a mission, a team, and best of all, a hot meal in me. The stallion glanced over his shoulder and I moved, bounding from shadow to shadow with just the whisper of passing air to mark my passage. Not even breathing, I leapt past the blind fool and streaked across the open ground towards the camp. The camp itself was a large affair, a dozen good-sized tents and 2 wagons half laden with supplies. It had been lit by guttering torches, but the placement was sloppy, leaving deep shadows for me to shelter in. At last, in the shadow of the nearest tent, I paused and allowed myself a quiet, calming breath. Getting in was always the hardest part. Ponies tended to be less sharp once you'd breached their walls. A great roaring fire took up the center of the camp, and I went to great lengths to avoid it. Dawn soldiers in various states of undress crowded around, most of them enjoying a hearty meal. My stomach rumbled, reminding me that while it had had one meal recently, there was a great many still owed, but I ignored it, picking my way through the ring of tents to the commander's tent. It was easy to find. The Dawn always hung pennants from their leader's residence, and within moments I had breached its rear wall.
Come on, Twilight,
a scratching voice whined from inside.
We've got roast bell peppers. You love those.
I pressed my ear up against the fabric, straining to hear.
I'm working, Captain.
A second snapped. She had a far more refined tone, Canterlot or at least high class. Probably the commander.
Look, Twilight, you can't keep beating yourself up about Rarity. We'll find her, don't you worry.
My eyes widened. General Twilight, Celestia's little witch. I thought she died with her mistress. Or at least would have had the decency to succumb in the months that had followed.
Let me repeat myself,
General Twilight growled.
I am not worried about rarity. I'm trying to find the best path through the Celestia Forsaken Forest so that we can save the world. That is a little more important than wondering where one scout wandered off to. Rarity,
the other voice pointed out.
Not a scout. Rarity. Your friend and mine. Return to your post. Go!
I heard stomping hoofsteps as the other mare stormed away from the tent. Beyond the angry scratch of the quill, no sound came from within, and I sighed in relief. Things always went so much smoother when they were alone. Slipping a star steel knife out of its sheath, I cut through the ties between the ground sheet and the canvas wall. Amateurs cut the claws. If you wanted to survive to reach home, then you didn't dare make that much noise. I wiggled through the narrow gap and opened my eyes wide to acclimatize to the lamplight faster. The tent was well furnished. 2 camp beds against the side wall, a large folding desk in the center, and crates of books of all things. Everything was made of rich, dark wood and capped with polished brass. Canterlot made for sure. General Twilight, the witch Sparkle, sat at the desk on a plush purple cushion. She had changed much since I had last seen her. She was leaner, more muscled. She wore a nasty scowl along with her arming jacket. Many had tried to kill Twilight over the years. She'd been the first to stand up against Nightmare Moon and fought her with every breath. No matter the cost to those under the dusk banner, I'd lost friends to Twilight Sparkle. I wondered just how many ponies would have lived if I'd known to kill her that first night in the Everfree. I pushed myself into the tent, staying low and silent. My left was clear, just a few scattered tomes and scrolls. To my right was a small pet basket holding a slumbering
dragon!
I squeaked. Twilight's had snapped up. I moved faster than I ever had in my life, diving behind one of the open chests of books and pressing myself against the ground.
Did you say something, Spike?
Twilight said. How she didn't hear my heart pounding in my chest, I'll never know. After a long silence, she shrugged.
Huh,
she muttered to herself, and the comforting scratch of a quill returned. Right, Twilight had a baby dragon. But it was just a baby dragon. Not a big, scary, swallow-you-in-one-gulp dragon. Just a cute and tiny one. One that was firmly asleep. I took my knife in my teeth, drawing a deep breath as I flowed over my chest. Twilight's desk faced the half-open tent flap, firelight dancing across its surface. It was another little, lethal mistake. You should never leave a large open space to your back. My knife vibrated as I passed through a ward, the magic slipping harmlessly off the bearer of the star steel. I judged my best approach. She favored her right hoof, so I would strike from the left, slitting her throat before she could cry for help. It would be quick, an almost merciful end for Celestia's witch. I shook myself. No. Mercy had no place in what I was doing. It was murder. A necessary death to save what little I had left. Without Twilight, we could go on living peacefully. Without Twilight, we'd live another day. And I would take no small sense of satisfaction for avenging all the blood on her hoofs. My breathing was shallow and silent as I crept closer and closer. Close enough to see the map of the Everfree she was poring over. Close enough to count the rings on her horn. That horn kindled suddenly and I froze in place, but she merely lifted a book to her nose. It was The Elements of Harmony, a reference guide. I recognized it from the first night when Nightmare Moon had returned. Pinkie Pie had found it under E. She muttered as she flipped through the pages, though I didn't listen to what she was saying. Another half step brought me close enough to tap on her shoulder. I'd been taught to strike without fear, but my stomach was still tied in knots. Twilight had maybe a dozen breaths left to her. There was no escape now. There was no kind mare left to stay my hoof. "Alarm!" The sudden cry cut across the silence of the tent. I moved on instinct, one hoof against Twilight's chest to restrain her, star steel flashing in the firelight as I drew back to strike. Her horn burned with magic, but it wasted itself against my blade, which rattled in my grip as it absorbed the spell, growing hot against my lips.
Twilight says,
Rainbow Dash exclaimed, bursting into the tent. A whimper escaped me. Rainbow Dash looked radiant. She wore light barding of a bluish metal, trimmed with flashes of gold. Her rainbow mane was disheveled but full of vibrant color, and slim blades had been straped to her wings. Her expression of exuberance quickly twisted to one of revulsion.
"Assassin!"
she roared, hurling herself at me. There was plenty of time to kill Twilight before she reached me. I couldn't. Not in front of Rainbow Dash. I turned and ran. Rainbow's flashing wing blades licked at my flanks as I bolted through the hole at the back of the tent, but she came away with only a few muddy tail hairs.
"Get back here, you monster!"
she screamed, slashing her way through the canvas. I hurled myself into the air, pumping my wings, fighting for altitude, her words ringing in my ears. Rainbow Dash exploded into the open air, taking off like a rocket. She was still fire-blind though, and I folded my wings, dropping past her in the twilight gloom and back towards the camp. The camp was like a kicked anthill, ponies rushing to and fro, all peering out into the forest to find the killers and not the one watching their own flanks. I hit the ground hard and scrambled beneath one of the big supply wagons. There was no sign of Thunderlane or Rumble, nor that they had done any damage, but clearly they'd been spotted. I strained to keep my wings pressed against my sides and my breathing quiet amidst the chaos of the army. Twilight stormed out of her tent.
"Report!"
she bellowed.
"Some pony tell me what in the dead god's name is going on!"
"Desk, ma'am,"
A stallion clipped.
"A sentry saw them, but they killed him when he raised an alarm and ran. We have stallions out hunting them."
"Good.
Twilight scowled, rubbing her throat.
Bring me their heads. Still attached, I want to know why they are here."
Rainbow Dash landed next to the pair, snorting.
"Back so soon?"
Twilight snapped. Dash glared at her.
"It gave me the slip."
I quailed at her words. "It?"
"Rainbow?"
the general said, glaring at the Pegasus.
"That was an elite assassin, one of Nightmare Moon's chosen, bearing her personal steel. Are you telling me you just let her get away?" "Hey, I tried!"
Dash protested, fluffing out her wings.
"We're in the middle of a frickin' forest. There are a lot of places for the filth to hide."
I pulled myself into a ball. Filth? Twilight lashed out at the bonfire with her power, scattering hot brands through the air. She stamped her hoofs and snorted before finally continuing in a far more calm tone.
"Well, I guess this means we know what happened to Rarity."
Dash put a hoof around the general's shoulder.
"Come on, don't say things like that. She probably just fell in a muddy puddle and has been running around looking for a hot bath."
Twilight shrugged Rainbow Dash off.
"No, I can't believe that. The Dusk are here and they're here to fight. They must be here to stop us getting the elements." Really, Twilight?"
Dash said, rolling her eyes.
"Why would they even care?" "Because they are evil, Rainbow Dash."
I squeaked as I heard the venom in her words.
"The elements are our last chance to bring back the sun and they want to stop us. They want the world to die along with their mistress. Equestria will freeze within a few months. Even the Everfree is dying."
Dash scowled.
"Fine.
But the flying rat is mine. No pony threatens my friends like that. I folded my twisted wings over my face. Rat? Tears flowed down my face as they went their separate ways. I didn't care. My first ever friend hadn't even recognized me. She hated me. She hated what I'd become. What I'd had to do to survive. I lay there for a long time before I finally found the energy to escape. I landed in the decaying courtyard of the castle, bone-deep weariness dogging my steps. The captain was waiting for me there with every pony capable of holding a sword. They were barely 30.
I'm surprised you came back,
Applejack observed, regarding me with her cold eyes.
I heard that Nightmare Moon would flay her children if they raised an alarm on a mission, and rip their wings off if they didn't kill their target. Was I lied to?
A shudder ran down my spine. She hadn't been.
Yet I got 2 wounded colts here and a whole herd of Dawn soldiers on their way,
she continued. I hung my head as she approached.
What in the name of the night happened?
Rainbow Dash,
I murmured. It was the wrong answer.
I don't care if Twilight Sparkle herself was there,
Applejack snapped.
How'd you let him get away?
I kept staring at my hoofs.
Twilight Sparkle was there,
I replied petulantly, doing my best to hide behind my mane. For a moment, she just glared at me.
Great, just great.
The captain fumed, kicking a nearby rock so hard it shattered against a fallen wall.
And 100 heavily armed Dawn ponies, no doubt.
60,
I corrected.
'Cause that's so much better.
Applejack continued her tirade, pacing up and down.
60 of Candlelight's finest with blood in their eyes, while I've got 25 fighting ponies to match them. What am I supposed to do now, huh?
I shrank down further, trying to turn invisible.
They're going to kill us and you just let them waltz away? And for what? Did you feel sorry for them?
I looked up at her then, my vision misted by tears.
Rainbow Dash was there,
I repeated, struggling not to sob.
That don't matter.
Rainbow Dash!
Pinky exclaimed. The pink mare was suddenly right next to us, vibrating with excitement.
Yes, 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 yes!
She hopped around us in a little circle, chanting,
What did I tell ya? Sunshine!
Applejack grabbed her.
Pinky mean up high,
she roared, sending Pinky to her knees.
Will you shut your damn mouth? There ain't gonna be any sunshine, and there sure as Celestia ain't gonna be any goddamn rainbows. There is an army coming to kill us, so will you please be sensible for once in your damn life?
Pinkie Pie's lower lip trembled. Wailing like a foal, she fled back into the castle as fast as her hoofs could carry her. Dead silence descended on the mob of ponies. Applejack regarded them with a glare.
What?
She demanded.
She needs to grow up. That's just the honest truth.
No pony seemed to be able to protest that, and I began to slink away as Applejack went around barking orders.
And Fluttershy,
she snapped just as I'd reached the stairs. I froze in my tracks.
When you're done with misplaced kindness, I would appreciate it if you brought those blades to the battle.
I nodded meekly and scrambled away. Pinkie Pie's foal swarm was waiting in the grand hall, most in various states of shock and confusion. Scootaloo and Applebloom had already started up a vicious argument, and I hurried over.
Excuse me, girls?
I tried to interject, but neither paid any attention to me. Sweetie Belle, who'd been sitting on the sidelines, immediately perked up as I approached.
Fluttershy,
she exclaimed, hurling herself at me. I wasn't quite sure if she intended to tackle me or was just a very enthusiastic hugger, but either way I found myself on the floor with an extremely energetic filly trying to squeeze the life out of me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome,
I squeaked.
Why?
Sweetie Belle released me just long enough to jump up onto my chest. You found Rarity! She cheered, bouncing up and down and driving the breath from my lungs. You found my sister! Oh, I guess I did see the resemblance with it staring me in the face. You're the best! She squealed, still bouncing. Thank you. I caught her with my wings in mid-air and gently lowered her to the ground. You're very welcome, Sweetie Belle, I gasped. But I was looking for Pinkie Pie. Have you seen her? Sweetie Belle wilted. She ran off crying because some pony's big sister is a big jerk. Scootaloo cut in, glaring. That's it! Applebloom hurled herself at Scootaloo. The two night-touched children descended into a whirling pile of hoofs and teeth. I sprang to my hoofs and leapt into the melee, dragging the two screaming fillies apart. Somehow I ended up with Scootaloo hanging off my forehoof with her teeth, and I shook her free, fighting the urge to shriek. Girls? I chided as the two fillies eyed each other up for round 2. This is not the time for fighting. Pinkie Pie would be even more upset if she saw you like this. That seemed to take the wind out from under them. Sorry, Fluttershy, the pair chorused, hanging their heads. She started it, Applebloom added under her breath. I chose to ignore that. Now, I need to find Pinkie Pie. Did you girls see where she went? Scootaloo nodded. I think she was going to her room. That's generally where she ends up when she's sad. Thanks, girls, I said, smiling. Now play nice. Oh, Sweetie Belle squeaked. If you're going to cheer up Pinkie Pie, I should get my sister. They used to be friends back in Ponyville. Actually, I began, but Sweetie Belle was already off into the bowels of the castle. I sighed. Oh well, it wasn't like Rarity was very mobile. Shaking my head, I turned back to the rest of the fillies. Okay, children, no more fighting. The grown-ups are going to be very busy, so stay here and keep quiet for now. Can you do that for me? Yes, Fluttershy, came the side chorus. We can help, Scootaloo interjected, fluttering her bat wings and baring her fangs. It was intimidatingly adorable. No, I said hurriedly, folding my own wings back down. No, you mustn't. Everything will be fine, I promise. Even with my best smile, they seemed skeptical. Applebloom was the first to break. Okay, Fluttershy, she sighed. Just bring Pinkie back. I'll do everything I can. Pinkie Pie lived in the kitchen to be closer to the snacks as far as any pony could tell. The kitchen was a cavernous expanse. The grand tables had rotten away, but the room was still filled with light and heat by the red-hot embers of the huge cooking hearths. An antique wooden screen divided the rooms from Pinkie's own space. Little suns decorated the ancient wood, and smiling faces had been carved on top of them. The sound of sobbing came from within. Just laugh and make them disappear, Pinkie's shaky voice echoed through the kitchen. Pinkie? I began, peering around the corner of the screen. I had never seen inside before. Pinkie had always stopped us, and for a moment I stared, open-mouthed. She'd filled her room with pictures. Pictures of sunny days and crisp nights. Of parties and parades and carnivals. Smiling faces looked up at me from every surface. Mares, stallions, fillies and colts, all beaming out from the time when the sun still rose. At the very center, before a trembling Pinkie Pie held a hoof-drawn picture of 6 familiar mares and a dragon smiling up at us. So, giggle at the ghostly. Pinkie Pie? I crept closer. Goofa at the grousely. I put a hoof on her shoulder and Pinkie Pie looked up suddenly. Oh, hi, Fluttershy! She tried to wipe the tears from her eyes. What are you doing here? I wanted to see if you were okay, I murmured. I couldn't look at her. I couldn't bear to see Pinkie cry. It was more unnatural than anything I'd seen serving the nightmare.
Oh, sure.
Pinky hiccuped as she tried to fight down another sob.
I always sing that song when I'm sad.
I've never heard it before, I admitted, staring at the floor.
It's the one I had to sing to save the world,
she explained, hunching over the picture, tears dripping onto the worn paper.
When we got turned around by those scary trees, it was a song I didn't sing.
I put a wing around her. Leather wasn't as comforting as feathers, but it was the thought that counted.
It wasn't your fault,
I told her.
It was a nightmare. If I'd sung that song, we would have beaten Nightmare Moon.
Pinky whimpered.
We would have saved Luna. Twilight would have moved into the library and we would have had all those adventures. Dashy would kick a dragon in the nose. Rarity would trick a dozen diamond dogs out of their gems. We'd all go to the Grand Galloping Gala and explore the Crystal Empire, and Twilight would become a princess.
She paused and then seemed to deflate, her hair hanging straight down as if it had been drawn by a ruler. I squeezed her tight. It sounded like a wonderful dream. I could see why Pinky preferred to live her fantasies in the real world.
You don't believe me, do you?
Pinky sighed.
Not about the song or our adventures, or that there will be sunshine and rainbows at the end of all this?
I shook my head. I wanted to. I really did. But the princesses were dead. The war had killed too many. The sun didn't rise and Equestria was long gone. There wasn't going to be a happy ending. There wasn't that much kindness left in the world. Sunk, sunk, sop. Sunk, sunk, sop. My ears picked up at the uneven gait.
Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, darlings, are you in here?
Rarity's voice echoed through the empty kitchen. I scowled, pulling Pinky closer to me. It would seem Rarity was better at walking on 3 legs than I'd thought. The Dawn Unicorn found us a few moments later.
Oh,
she exclaimed, softly, peering into Pinkie Pie's sanctum.
Well, this is certainly colorful.
I shot her a warning look.
But charming, very charming.
She forced a smile. My glower intensified.
What do you want?
Her horn glowing, Rarity hobbled inside, holding her strapped leg up with her magic. Somehow, despite being a prisoner in an enemy fortress, she'd managed to find the time to brush out her mane properly. Still caked in mud and with my hoofs blackened, I felt every inch the monster before her.
I just wanted to help,
Rarity protested.
Pinkie Pie is my friend.
Pinkie Pie looked up from the picture and stared mournfully at Rarity.
Do you believe in sunshine and rainbows?
She asked, very softly. Rarity looked torn for a moment, then shook her head.
No, I'm sorry. Twilight still does, but I can't anymore. I found Sweetie Belle again, and that's more than I could have ever asked for. What does Twilight?
I snarled the name.
Want, Rarity? Why does she want to kill us?
Rarity hung her head.
I can't tell you. I took an oath. An oath?
I snapped, rising to my feet, my wings spread and fangs bared.
There are folds here, families, Angel. What oath demands they die? We are trying to save the world,
Rarity pointed out, shortly. My eyes narrowed.
For every pony killed, every home burned, every family destroyed, the Dawn used that excuse.
I whispered, trembling with rage.
Nightmare Moon was going to destroy Equestria,
Rarity pointed out, as if explaining to a child.
Eternal Night would have killed everything. And this is better!
I roared. Rarity scrambled back, dropping onto her haunches with a pained whimper as she stumbled.
The world is dying, Rarity. Celestia didn't save it. All she did was draw things out.
I took a deep breath and sighed. It would have been kinder if she just let Nightmare Moon win.
Fluttershy.
Pinky whimpered.
Oh, Fluttershy.
Rarity sighed, shaking her head sadly.
What did the nightmare do to you?
I think I hit her then. Or at least she ended up on the floor, clutching her face. There was fresh blood on my hoof.
Don't pity me!
I roared, bringing my hoof down next to her head.
And do not blame Nightmare Moon. I did this!
I gestured at my wings.
I chose this path because I was scared and hungry and alone! Nightmare Moon saved me! When I fought for her, I had friends and a hot meal, and for once in my wretched life a purpose Celestia took those from me! Razor, Swift, Cloudy, they were my friends! We trained together, we fought together, and we should have died together!
Pinky hugged me. I tried to brush her off, but she'd pinned my wing to my side and refused to let go.
The world isn't that kind,
I murmured.
It's not too late, Fluttershy,
Pinky said, smiling despite her tears.
Every pony will be here soon. It's not too late to save the world.
I stared at my hoofs. There was nowhere else to look in Pinky's room that didn't bear a smiling photo.
Twilight's coming for the elements of harmony, isn't she?
I sighed.
Yep, and when she does, wow, pow, sun! Shine in the rainbows.
I completed and shook my head.
No, I can't let her have them. Not Twilight Sparkle. But Fluttershy,
Rarity interjected, struggling back to her hoofs.
You must. This is our last chance to save the world. No,
I repeated.
I can't help Twilight Sparkle.
Pinkie Pie's grip relaxed and I pushed her away.
I'm sorry.
I turned and slunk away.
Why, Fluttershy?
Rarity demanded, her horn glowing as she tried to hobble after me.
What could she have done that's so unforgivable?
A weak smile tugged at the corners of my lips.
We were unicorn hunters, and it was kill or be killed. We never killed Twilight Sparkle.
I went to take another step, only to find that Pinkie Pie had attached herself to my leg.
Please, Fluttershy, please!
Pinkie begged.
We can do this! You just need to forgive Twilight for a moment! You just need to show a little kindness!
I kicked her off.
Kindness is dead,
I sighed, walking away.
The war killed it.
I found Applejack outside the castle, supervising our defenses. The castle was surrounded by a deep canyon, but it would be easy enough for the dawn to bridge with magic or wings. My friends were busy driving sharpened stakes into the ground, but I doubted they would help. We had too few ponies and too little time to mount any serious defense.
Captain,
I began hesitantly.
Where do you need me?
Applejack raised an eyebrow at me as I approached. I was wondering if you were going to come back.
This is my home,
I murmured, shuffling my hoofs.
Good.
Applejack nodded.
Sorry for yelling at you earlier. This ain't gonna end well, but I shouldn't take it out on you and Pinky.
You were just being honest,
I replied, still talking to the floor. Applejack laughed.
Brutally honest. Ain't fair though. Pinky's a gentle soul and has done more for mine than I care to think, so I should let her have her quirks.
I didn't want to talk about her.
Where do you need me?
I asked softly.
Right, I need you to kill Twilight Sparkle. And no last-minute bursts of mercy this time. She'll squash on us like a rotten apple if we let her. Can you do that for us?
I nodded. Rainbow Dash wouldn't surprise me a second time, and, if I was very lucky, she wouldn't even recognize me.
Good. Now we're trying to take down the bridge without damaging it too much.
Applejack continued.
We could use a pair of strong wings to help us out.
It took a couple of hours for the Dawn army to find us and our scouts to come streaming out of the forest like their tails were on fire. We'd done pitiful little to make the castle more defensible. Trees had been brought down on the road approaching the canyon, stakes had been laid in lines between the castle and the gorge, and piles of stones and other missiles had been gathered behind the defenses. But all our efforts could be defeated by walking 100 yards to the left and attacking there. The old castle was filled with holes. It would be easy to slip through any number of soldiers past us. The children, the sick, and the old had been left in the care of Pinky and Rarity. With luck, those two could forestall a slaughter if the worst happened.
Alright, listen up,
Applejack called as ponies scrambled about, strapping on armor, gathering weapons, and whispering short prayers to the night.
The dawn is coming. They're coming with steel drawn and Celestia's witch leading them, and nothing we say is gonna stop them. We've seen many battles before this one, and I dare say we'll be seeing our fair share after. I intend to be standing to fight those battles once this is all done. It's gonna be bloody, it's gonna be tough, but it's just one more fight for the toughest band of night-touched bastards in Equestria.
She reared up.
So what are we fighting for?
She roared.
For the night!
We roared back.
For the dawn!
Echoed back through the trees. I shuddered. They were here. The forces of dawn always fought in the light. When Celestia had been alive, she kept the sun high above her forces, just as Nightmare Moon had cloaked hers in darkness. The Dawn, though, had kept the tradition after their princess's death, and so walked through the forest with their horns shining like lamps. We melted into the shadows, which deepened and darkened as our few unicorns fired up their own magic. 60 ponies emerged from the trees, mostly unicorns, but there were earth ponies and a few pegasi amongst them. Stones began to fly, kicked over the canyon by our strongest ponies. Shields blossomed to meet the hail of deadly projectiles.
On my command!
I heard Twilight Sparkle yell.
Advance!
She held the center of the line, radiant in her dawn armor with Rainbow Dash hovering at her shoulder like an overprotective falcon. As a single mass, the dawn marched towards us. There was no subtlety or guile to them. They knew where we stood and intended to keep marching until they ground our bones beneath their hoofs. The dusk preferred the running battle, striking and retreating until the dawn bled to death. That wouldn't be happening today, with our backs against the wall.
Strike hard and strike true, friends,
Applejack called from behind a boulder.
Remember who you're fighting for!
A scream rent the field as the Dawn Unicorn's shield failed and his leg was shattered by a flung rock.
Charge!
Twilight cried. With a roar, the Dawn army broke into a gallop, their horns flashing with power as they hurled fire and spell across the gap.
Mark Rada!
Applejack bellowed. I took my star steel blade in my teeth, my eyes fixed on the unicorn at the center of the line. Twilight's horn burned with light. A pinkish wall of force leapt between the walls of the canyon, forming a magical bridge. The dawn charge hit the shield without a moment's hesitation, sweeping across the gap, and suddenly they were in amongst the stakes.
Attack!
Applejack roared, her words muffled by a sword. Bellows, screams, and the clash of steel on steel filled the air as I leapt from my hiding place. The battlefield was already chaos, filled with shifting light and shadows as black as pitch. I dodged under a sword blow before running up and over a stake, trying to block out the sobs of a dying pony as I spread my wings and bounded across the battlefield. Twilight was before me in an instant. She had fallen to the very rear of the charge and was momentarily distracted by dispelling her bridge. Some luck, or just long practice, had her look my way and she threw up a pink shield in the nick of time. I hit the barrier hard, and my blade was blown from my jaws as a terrifyingly powerful spell discharged into the blade. Without missing a beat, I struck with my wings. One flew clear over her head as she ducked, but the second caught her in the jaw, knocking her to the ground. The fall barely slowed her, and I had to leap back to avoid a killing blast of power. We took a moment to collect ourselves, Twilight scrambling to her hoofs and myself pulling a second blade from my belt. On an unspoken agreement, we charged each other, Twilight's sword tossed through the air as it raced ahead of her. I ducked and rolled under a vicious swing and sprung like a cat, my blade flashing in the mage light. Twilight twisted somehow, dodging the blows that would have taken her head. Instead, my blade bit into her flank, tearing through her mail coat as if it were paper and glancing off the bone. Twilight screamed as we parted, her blade dropping to the ground as the pain of the star steel sapped her magic. As if dancing, I float over the ground back towards her, drawing my bloody blade back for the killing blow. Long-dead friends screamed for vengeance in my ears. A rainbow struck me. It was attached to two cyan hoofs that sent me flying, striking the ground hard and rolling over and over until I found myself staring up at the twilight sky in a daze. Rainbow Dash was on me in a flash, delivering lightning-fast punch after punch as I kicked and screamed and bit in a desperate struggle to survive. There was never any doubt as to how the struggle would end though. I was a killer, not a fighter. A steel-shot hoof caught me in the head like a hammer blow and all my thrashing ceased. Blinking the blood out of my eyes, I saw Rainbow Dash standing above me, panting hard as she raised a hoof to crush the life out of me. I couldn't move. My ears were ringing. My muscles felt like they'd been replaced by hot lead. All I could do was close my eyes and wait for the end. At least she hadn't recognized me. Fluttershy. But of course, the world isn't that kind. I cracked open my eyes. Rainbow Dash was staring at me in horror, struggling to blink tears from her magenta eyes.
It's you, isn't it?
I tried to shake my head, but the merest twitch made me want to vomit.
What happened to you?
And just like every pony else, she pitied me. I wanted to punch her. I wanted to scream and drive my final dagger into her throat and watch her suffer for what she'd done to me.
You...
I croaked.
You left me? Oh no, Fluttershy!
Rainbow Dash exclaimed, hugging me close.
I never meant to. I didn't want to. You were supposed to...
She sprung back, her wings lifting her into the air as she looked around wildly, as if seeing the world with new eyes.
Stop!
She cried out. A rock went screaming past her head, but she paid no heed.
Stop! Every pony, stop! Stop!
And somehow they did. The clash of steel on steel, the sizzle of spells, and the crack of hoof on rock all vanished. Muffled curses and angry screams faded into the whimpers of the wounded and dying.
What are we doing?
Rainbow Dash asked all of us.
Why are we fighting each other in some Celestia-forsaken forest? Rainbow Dash?
Twilight snarled, stalking over.
What is this madness?
I struggled to my feet, sinking my fangs into my lip in an attempt to distract from the pain in my head. Twilight was a woozy blur ahead of me, quickly coming into focus as she trotted over.
Why are we fighting, Twilight? Why are we fighting these ponies?
Dash sighed, her voice numb with grief.
Why? They're trying to kill us! They're dusk!
Dash sighed.
No, they're not. See that mare?
She pointed at the captain who'd paused just about to deliver a coup de grace.
Her name is Applejack, and she used to grow the sweetest apples I've ever tasted.
She continued through the frozen crowd.
And that's Sunderlane. We used to be co-workers. Bonbon, who single-hoofedly fed Pinkie Pie's candy addiction. The other farmer whose name I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure had a massive crush on Applejack.
Despite being in the center of the battlefield, Carrot Top blushed scarlet.
They're not dusk, Twilight,
Dash continued, landing next to the bloodied general.
They're ponies.
Twilight's voice was as cold as ice.
Rainbow Dash, you swore an oath to fight. Forget the oath. I don't care about any oath I swore. I never wanted the Dawn to kill any pony. I never joined to win honor, or glory, or even protect the princess. I joined to protect Equestria, and protect a land where the gentlest and kindest mare I've ever known could own a little cottage by the woods, with a passive-aggressive rabbit and a frankly terrifying number of pets.
She pointed a hoof in my direction, and every eye on the battlefield turned to regard me. I fought down the urge to hide under a bush.
I fought this war to protect Fluttershy, and I failed at that. I failed utterly.
She shook her head, her wings dragging against the ground.
I'm done. No more war. No more fighting. It's over. Soldiers, lay down your arms!
A sword clattered against the stone as it was cast down, followed by another and another, and the courtyard was filled with the sound of weapons falling to the floor. The final blade in my belt felt very heavy all of a sudden. Almost unnoticed, Berry Punch, a pink unicorn I didn't know, darted onto the battlefield. Already reaching into medical bags, they raced towards the wounded ponies.
Are you ponies insane?
Twilight exclaimed, stalking forward, power rushing into her horn.
We are one battle away from victory, 20 yards away from saving the world. And you are to give it all up just because you feel some misguided sympathy for an assassin?
She turned to face me, her horn burning with pink fire as she prepared to unleash a killing spell. I was going for my knife when Rainbow Dash leapt between us.
Not an assassin,
Rainbow Dash corrected, glowering.
Fluttershy.
Twilight's eyes narrowed.
Fine, burn with her then.
I sprang, Starsteel blade in my teeth, and wrapped Rainbow Dash in my wings moments before the inferno reached us. The blade burned in my lips as a magical fire licked at my trembling wings, the heat doubling and redoubling until it felt like I was trying to hold a red-hot poker.
Twilight!
I heard Rarity yell. The fire ceased, and I let my final blade clatter to the ground where it sizzled against the stone, before collapsing to the ground, trembling with fear. Twilight rounded on the intrusion, looking ready to wipe the offender from the face of Equestria.
Sorry for being so late,
Rarity called in her airy tone. Supported by Pinkie Pie on one side and the Crusaders on the other, she pulled 5 stone orbs through the air with her magic.
These are surprisingly hard to lift. The elements,
Twilight exclaimed, her murderous rage gone in an instant. She took a half-step forwards, only to find Applejack stood in her way.
Those?
The formidable captain began, in her calm level tone that she only used when she was about to club some pony to death.
You came all this way for a bunch of rocks?
Twilight matched her gaze without flinching.
Nothing will stop me taking them,
she assured Applejack. Applejack looked over the wounded and dying.
I can see that. If you leave or never come back, I'll let you take them.
I swear.
Applejack nodded and stepped aside. Twilight galloped forward, snatching the elements out of Rarity's grip and laying them on the ground with reverence. Moments later, tongue stuck out of the corner of her mouth as she concentrated. She began to cast spell after spell on the inert stones.
Fluttershy?
I shuddered. Rainbow Dash settled onto the ground next to me, shuffling her armor so it rested more comfortably.
I okay?
She continued.
No.
My wings stung from the fire, the fur around my lips was singed, my head was pounding and my chest felt like I'd lost a tussle with a bear. I was so very, very tired.
What happened to you, Fluttershy?
A whimper escaped my lips.
Don't pity me, please.
I couldn't survive Rainbow Dash's pity. Hey now, Dash said, wrapping a wing around me.
I could never pity you, Fluttershy. I mean, you did just totally save my life.
A half-stifled sob escaped me.
What's wrong?
I buried my face in the soft fur of her chest.
You left me,
I sobbed, holding onto her tighter than a lifeline.
You left me. No.
Dash protested, trying and failing to pull away.
I joined the Dawn to protect you. I spent months looking for you after Ponyville was destroyed. You left,
I repeated, tears matting my fur.
And I couldn't find you. All I had was Angel, and I was so scared.
Dash stopped struggling and pulled me close with her wings.
Fluttershy,
she groaned.
I'm so sorry. I should have been there to protect you. I never should have let the dusk take you.
I pushed her away, much to Rainbow Dash's confusion, and took a deep, steadying breath.
They never captured me,
I admitted at last, my eyes fixed on a point between her forehoofs. I should have met her eyes, but couldn't. Shaking, I continued.
I volunteered.
Rainbow looked like she'd been kicked in the gut.
But why? Why, Fluttershy? They wanted to destroy the world. Because they had food,
I murmured.
And I was hungry and scared and alone.
Tears dripped down my muzzle.
And I didn't want to die.
Dying would have been the kindest end, and there was no kindness left in the world. Dash slammed the hoof down.
Well, that's never going to happen again,
she declared, spreading her wings wide.
You hear me? No pony hurts Fluttershy without going through Rainbow Dash first.
I smiled. It was a thought straight out of a happier time. A sudden crack rent the air. We all whipped around just in time to see the elements, glowing white with the power of Twilight's spell, detonate one by one.
Oh no,
Dash murmured, eyes wide.
No!
Pinkie Pie wailed, racing over to Twilight. The shattered remains of the dead elements fell to the earth with a crunch.
No!
Pinkie desperately scrambled through the remains of the elements, trying to push the charts back together.
It wasn't supposed to go that way! There were supposed to be tiaras and rainbows!
She looked plaintively up at Twilight.
Please, you have to fix it!
Twilight shook her head.
That was my most powerful spell.
She stared at the broken hunks of the world-saving stones and dropped onto her haunches like a bundle of rags.
I failed.
Rarity hobbled over to her, sitting awkwardly next to Twilight as she tried to avoid straining her broken leg. Applejack stepped up next to Pinkie, placing a steady hoof on Pinkie's shuddering shoulders. Pinkie paid no heed, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the dust of the elements.
I'm going to need to talk to her,
Dash said softly before rising to her hoofs and trotting across the silent battlefield. She took a seat next to the stunned general. I sighed.
Rainbow Dash, loyal to the end,
I murmured. The charts of the elements glowed red for a moment. I blinked. No pony else seemed to have noticed the flicker, but I hadn't imagined it.
Oh,
I said as realization struck me. 6 ponies, 6 elements. Kindness, laughter, generosity, honesty, loyalty, and a spark to bring forth the 6. Years ago we'd set out on a quest to find the castle of the Royal Pony Sisters, retrieve the elements of harmony, and defeat Nightmare Moon. We'd failed that quest. But despite war and death, despite the scars and the pain, despite the hate and the fear, we'd all ended up in the quiet courtyard of that castle, the elements before us and with a world to save. Perhaps it was our destiny. Perhaps it was a curse to try and fail over and over again until Equestria was just a wasteland, locked eternally in a frozen twilight. Perhaps it would have been kindest to just walk away then, to end the cycle before any more ponies could be hurt. The world was not kind though, and I was too scared of death to just surrender. I stepped forward.
Rainbow Dash,
I declared, my small voice filling the silence. Who abandoned me when I needed her the most, and saved me when I just wanted it to end.
who never gave up on her friends. She is the element of loyalty.
A red flare, like a Roman candle, leapt from the remains of the elements and struck Rainbow Dash around the neck. As the glare faded, we gasped. A golden torque had formed, capped by a ruby in the shape of a lightning bolt.
Wow, awesome!
Dash exclaimed, tapping the gem with her hoof.
Me next!
Pinky exclaimed, all grief gone in an instant. She beamed up at me. I folded my ears flat against my head. Every pony was looking at me.
Well,
I took a deep breath.
Pinkie Pie,
who cried for a future never realized.
Who made us smile in the worst of times. She is the element of laughter.
The elements flared, a blue orb leaping towards the Earth pony, who met it halfway with her own wild leap. Her own necklace had appeared before she hit the ground, holding a party balloon of sapphire.
Yes!
Pinky exclaimed, leaping into the air and scattering confetti.
Keep it going, Fluttershy!
I turned to Twilight, who was staring at me in disbelief.
Twilight Sparkle,
whose spark had turned to a vengeful flame.
Who never gave up on a brighter future. She is the spark of magic that drives us together.
Twilight bowed her head as the magic struck her. Her necklace was a pink six-pointed star, almost identical to her own cutie mark. Light began to flow between the necklaces, a brilliant ribbon of colors that filled the air with life and hope. Applejack stepped up next.
Applejack,
I continued without pause, swept up in the magic. Who wielded her honesty like a brutal maul.
Who guided us through the worst of times with simple truth. She is the element of honesty.
Applejack looked rather perturbed by the sudden appearance of the golden necklace. A topaz apple sat at its center, a mocking remnant of her long-lost cutie mark. She ignored the slide though and took her place in the growing circle of magic.
Rarity,
I continued, turning on the ivory unicorn, who was so close to the world that she couldn't offer a single word of aid.
Who had nothing but still cared for Angel. She is the element of generosity.
Rarity gave an elegant toss of her mane as the necklace formed around her. A purple diamond that sparkled almost as much as her. The power flowed into her, building a fever pitch, and a wave of a calm warmth washed over me, like stepping into a hot bath after a long day.
And...
My voice faded away as I realized what element was left. Kindness. But there was no kindness left in the world. I shrank backwards from the circle of mares, my wings trembling. I couldn't be kind. Rainbow Dash's kindly mare living at the edge of the woods was long gone, leaving a twisted parody in her place.
Fluttershy!
Pinky exclaimed, her element flickering as her fragile smile wavered.
You can do it! Can't.
I whimpered, trying to hide behind my mane.
Fluttershy, you're the kindest mare I've ever known!
She continued, pleading.
You saved Rarity! You protected Angel! You're the only mare I know with a heart big enough to forgive the war!
I hung my head.
No, I don't. I can't forgive.
Pinky's element went black in an instant. The feedback seemed to ripple through the spell like a hammer blow. Rarity stumbled and fell with a yell of pain, her element stuttering out, and I stood there, frozen in horror. The spell's light doubled in intensity, becoming blinding to look at. The 3 mares left in the ring groaned in pain, hunkering down as if they were trying to hold up a mountain between them.
Fluttershy, please!
Dash yelled over the roar of power.
You have to do this!
I couldn't. I hated Nightmare Moon. Her war had taken so much from me, even my body. And I hated Celestia just as much for costing me what little scraps I had left. I didn't have the strength to forgive them. I wasn't that kind.
Fluttershy!
A foolish chorus interrupted my spiral of despair. The Crusaders looked up at me with plaintive looks.
Please!
Scootaloo begged, fluttering her leathery wings.
I want to see the sun again.
I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped forward into the ring. I could never forgive the princesses for what they had done. I couldn't forgive Twilight for killing my friends. I couldn't forgive Rainbow Dash for abandoning me, nor Rarity for trying to kill me, nor Pinky's cruelty misplaced face, nor Applejack's brutal honesty. There was no kindness left in the world. The world had taken and taken and taken from me, until I had nothing left to give. It's an easy thing to do, to be kind, when you have a warm bed waiting for you, and a hot meal, and friends. I had nothing but hate, and a child's wish to see the sun.
I am kindness,
I said softly as the magic of harmony roared around me.
Because despite this cruel world, I will save it.
The final shard leapt towards me, striking me between the eyes, and for a moment I was dazzled. A heavy weight settled on my forehead, but I didn't have the time to examine my new headgear before the tiara burned white hot with power. I spared a glance for each of the mares in the circle with me. Rarity was breathing heavily, struggling to stand but bearing the power with her usual grace. Applejack held her head tight against her head, looking somewhat irritated by the whole display. Twilight's eyes were wide with amazement. Pinky was grinning from ear to ear.
Here comes the rainbows!
She exclaimed, bouncing on the spot. Last, I looked to Rainbow Dash, who grinned and called out,
Awesome work, Fluttershy! I knew you could do it!
My heart swelled with pride, and there was an explosion of power. The courtyard cast into a sudden false dawn as light poured from the elements. It was a funny sort of harmony. Bitter enemies matched against old friends by a common need to save the world. I wondered how long it would really last. Was this the start of a better Equestria? Or was it just the swan song, a final cruel glimpse of the sun before the long night? I didn't know, but I was willing to risk it. A rainbow shot from the elements, reaching higher and higher until it touched the heavens. Ponies across the land dropped their weapons, gathered their loved ones and lifted their eyes to the sky, watching the long-forgotten colors dance in the twilight. Then I reached beyond the horizon and raised the sun. Epilogue. For want of dusk. The horizon was a sea of red and orange as sun hung just above the treetops.
That should have set by now,
Twilight Sparkle said from right behind me. I forced myself not to run in panic as her hoofsteps became suddenly audible. She made no move to attack though, and instead settled down on the floor next to me, staring out into the distance.
It seems to be stuck,
I replied in a murmur, ducking my head. I sat in Princess Luna's old tower, my quilt draped over my shoulders. The roof and most of the top floor had been lost to the ages, and so there was a clear view across the forest. In hoofs, I held my tiara. It was a strange thing. The wrought gold was as light as a summer breeze, but the crown felt so heavy with responsibility I feared it would crush me.
It's yours, you know,
Twilight continued, pointing at the sun.
I've tried to move it, but...
She gave her element an irritated tap.
They chose you.
Far below us, Pinkie Pie's party was in its 6th hour, and the revelers showed no sign of slowing down. I kept catching snippets of Rainbow Dash's boasting, and Rarity gushing over how the elements had healed her leg. Applejack, I assumed, was still sulking after Harmony had restored her cutie mark, but she would come around. It was a new world, a hopeful world, but that hope came with a price. Sighing, I placed the tiara back on my head. It itched where the band met my ears, but it had a comforting warmth, not unlike my mother's quilt. Reaching out with one hoof, I let the magic flow through me and pushed the sun down below the distant trees. It was surprising just how much easier it was to set than to raise. Twilight swore, softly as the colors began to bleed out of the sky, fading to the soft blues and blacks of night. The moon did not rise, nor did the stars begin to shine. We sat in silence a long time as the darkness grew ever deeper.
You know, it was Celestia raising the sun that first made me want to study magic,
Twilight said, her voice distant as she stared at the vanished sun.
I was just a little blank-flanked filly, but I said to myself then, I want to do that. I spent years as her personal student, then years more as her most trusted general. After she died, I promised her that I would do anything to raise the sun again.
She dropped her head into her hoofs, tears staining tracks in her fur.
But in the end,
she whimpered,
I came the closest to failing of all of us. Never gave up, you said, but that determination almost cost me the last of my friends. I wasn't the one who was supposed to save the world, no matter what Pinkie Pie says. I was the spark that almost destroyed it.
Twilight hiccuped and sobbed. I put a hoof on her shoulder.
Look at me!
She roared, and I flinched away.
I want to hate you, Fluttershy, but you saved the world. I want revenge for you holding a knife to my throat, but after talking to Rarity, I can't even blame you for doing it.
She glared at me, her horn kindling, a snarl on her face.
I want the sun! I deserved it! I have spent my entire life in service of it, of Celestia, and if any pony was to be her heir, it was me! And...
She choked, swallowing her tears. The fight seemed to drain out of her as she stared back out across the black forest at the empty expanse of the night sky.
I can't do anything about that. Jealousy destroyed Equestria, and the world can't survive a second war. So no matter how much I hate you, I can't do anything.
She took a deep, shuddering breath, not looking up as she whispered,
You hate me too, don't you?
Yes, I said simply. Honesty was, after all, a virtue now. The weary sigh of a mare who had carried the weight of the world on her back escaped Twilight.
I thought so.
She shook herself and looked up at the empty sky.
You know, it's ironic, but throughout the eternal twilight, I missed the stars more than anything. The princess, she always found the time to go stargazing with me.
She stood.
There should be stars. I guess that gives me something to work on.
Her element flashed for just a moment as she walked away, head hung. When I was sure she was gone, and fairly sure she wasn't about to come back with a sword, I allowed myself a smile. One by one, the stars were coming out. Maybe we had a chance at harmony after all. Author's note. This chapter was not part of the original Most Dangerous Game submission, but I felt Twilight deserved her say before the story ended proper. Some minor tweaks have also occurred post-contest to aid readability in the main bulk of the story. Comment time, every pony! So, as always, I will remind you that you can support me via my Patreon. The link is in the description if you want to support me. I must say, I have read a whole lot of war stories, and I think that's what most of you know me for by now. I mean, upheaval, breaking point, upheaval, reckoning, upheaval journeys will come sometime in the future. The whole Fallout stuff, the I Am Twilight Sparkle stuff, the I don't know whatever. But from all the war stories that I have read, this is the absolute best. I can't say this enough. This story is awesome. Seriously. I mean, what the hell? That part with Rarity chasing Fluttershy out of her own cottage, Fluttershy drinking blood to sate her hunger. I mean, for a moment there I thought she had killed Rarity. But what the hell? And then there at the end, where Fluttershy said that she is kindness, but that she can't forgive, but that she will save the world, even though it's cruel. Oh my god, that was brilliant. That was frickin' brilliant. Why I think so is simple. I mean, imagine, Fluttershy has lost a lot. She has been abandoned by Rainbow Dash, even though Rainbow Dash didn't really, intend to abandon her. But if she had just forgiven that would have felt like, I don't know, like a Trixie-like redemption. Like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, yeah, I forgive you for everything. No. I liked it that Fluttershy in the end became like the center point of the elements with the tiara thing. And I think it's quite obvious here who will be the new Princess of the Night. Twilight! Yeah! I mean, her element flashes and the stars and moon come out, so yeah, whatever. But this story is really good, and yeah. So, this was my edition for the month of Macabre. Hope you liked it. Sincerely yours, Visual Pony, and I will see you soon with my regular releases. Worn Leather. The little bell resounded through the clothing store as Sunset pushed open the door, and the soft smell of lavender and expensive fabric filled her senses as she walked in. She stood on her toes to look over the racks after a few steps in, wondering if Rarity had sent her the right address. When she didn't see any vibrant purple hair bobbing about obsessing over one of the racks, she reached for her phone, thinking she might have shown up to the wrong place. "Sunset, over here," Rarity said in her trademark sing-song voice from across the store, poking her head out of the changing room. Fluttershy stood beside her, giving a gentle wave to her friend as well. Sunset smiled and waved back as she made her way over to them. She silently wondered why they wanted her here, since Rarity never specified in her text. If it was anything like last time, she and Fluttershy could be expecting an afternoon of constantly changing clothes as Rarity's models. "Oh, I'm so glad you could make it, dear. We have a little surprise for you," Rarity said, an excited smile on her face, pulling a gift-wrapped box out of her purse and handing it to Sunset. Sunset held the box in her hands, a confused smile on her face. She raised an eyebrow at the vibrant package in her grasp. No one ever gave her presents anymore. "What for?" she asked, looking between Fluttershy and Rarity, before realizing that was probably pretty rude, and internally chastised herself. "Sorry," Sunset said, shaking her head and giving the girls an apologetic smile. "I'm not really used to people just giving me things." "For your birthday," Fluttershy said with a bright smile. "All of us put together a little money to get you something. We hope you don't mind. We asked Principal Celestia about it since you've never told any of us. We're just sorry we didn't make it in time." Sunset gave an awkward cough, realizing that she'd actually forgotten about it too. She hadn't celebrated her birthday in almost 4 years, and only ever put it down on official paperwork she needed for school. In the past few years of her life, celebrating her birthday wasn't exactly high on her priority list. It was actually a little more than 2 weeks ago, if she had the equestrian dates lined up correctly with Earth.
Girls, you shouldn't have. My birthday isn't that big of a deal. I mean, in
Rarity laid a hand on Sunset's shoulder.
Nonsense, darling. Here you are a friend, so we simply must do something special for your birthday. We thought you might not want a party just yet, so we decided to get you this for now,
Fluttershy said, motioning to the box in Sunset's hands.
Unless you would like a party. Pinkie Pie almost blew a fuse when we told her to hold off. I'm sure she'll be happy to provide,
Rarity said.
A party would be nice, but you don't have to. Dear, please don't be so modest. You deserve just as much as anyone else. Now, why don't you open your present?
Rarity said, motioning to Sunset's gift. Rarity and Fluttershy looked at her expectantly, hopeful smiles on both of their faces. After a few moments of hesitation, Sunset gave in to her childish desire to ferociously tear into the wrapping until she revealed what was inside. With the wrapping gone, Sunset pulled out a pristine, real leather jacket that looked like it had been custom made. The orange chevrons would match perfectly with her complexion, and the style made her eyes brighten up with happiness. If there was ever a gift she would have actually wanted, this was it. Wrapped up with them was a pair of boots that matched the jacket perfectly. A wave of happiness passed through Sunset as she took the pieces in, noting at how expensive they were.
Girls, these are amazing,
Sunset said, a beaming smile on her face as she looked over the garments. Fluttershy and Rarity looked to each other with satisfactory grins at Sunset's delight.
Why don't you try them on?
Fluttershy suggested. A sudden lump formed in Sunset's throat at the prospect of taking off her jacket. Her happiness faltered, and she took a defensive step back and averted her eyes from her friends. Her smile quickly turned from delight to sheepish.
Oh, I couldn't do that right now. That'd be rude, wouldn't it?
Sunset said, trying to look as innocent as possible. With her free hand, she instinctively grasped her jacket, as if without her grip it would suddenly fly off and never be found again. Rarity and Fluttershy cast concerned looks towards each other before turning back to Sunset.
Okay, darling, but...
Rarity said, putting her distinct flair on the world as she pulled out a handful of clothes.
We did have a little money left over, so we took the liberty of picking out a few clothes that would fit you perfectly. Would you like to try them on? Sure, that sounds like fun. I need a new shirt more than anything,
Sunset said with a tiny laugh, trying to shake the worry that was building up inside her. Sunset carefully slid her jacket off her shoulders and placed her new clothes on the bench beside Fluttershy, but made sure to put her old leather jacket on the hook close to her, eliciting another round of odd looks from her friends. Rarity went on one of her usual tirades of what colors would properly go with her hair, eyes, or skin tone. She tossed an endless number of combinations at Sunset, with Fluttershy sitting on a nearby stool commenting on what she thought looked nice, and keeping quiet about the more odd combinations. Rarity used Sunset as more of a model than anything, picking and choosing a myriad of options until finally she arrived on the combination she liked.
Oh, do go on, darling,
Rarity said, looking up and down Sunset's figure as she admired it.
That looks absolutely fabulous on you. You think?
Sunset turned around, looking over her shoulder down at her new clothes and again in the mirror.
That blue really goes with your eyes,
Fluttershy added quietly. The little blue shirt flowed off of her hips into a very comfortable pair of jeans. The entire outfit made Sunset feel great, but the lack of a familiar weight on her shoulders made her uneasy.
Why don't you try your new jacket with it,
Rarity asked.
Good idea,
Sunset said, reaching for her old jacket on the hook. Rarity put a hand on her shoulder to stop her, then gave her a concerned look.
Sunset, I said your new jacket.
Sunset stepped back from Rarity, not wanting to meet her eyes. She rubbed her arm and looked at the floor as she became increasingly uncomfortable.
Well, I just...
Rarity sighed.
You don't like it, do you?
Rarity pinched the bridge of her nose, a little frustrated with herself.
I knew I should have listened to the girls when they said all black and full length. But not to worry, I did save the receipt just in case... No, Rarity, that's not it. I really do love the jacket, it's just... Oh!
Rarity perked up.
That's wonderful!
Rarity picked up the old jacket off of the counter and gave it a once-over.
It really is about time you throw away this ratty old thing, darling. It's absolutely... No!
Sunset yelled, snatching the jacket out of Rarity's grasp. Sunset was so loud that even the attendant jumped at the other side of the room and gave them a cross glance. Rarity looked over at a startled Fluttershy, concern plain on both of their faces. Sunset looked between them, immediately regretting her little outburst. She held her old jacket tightly against her chest, not daring to let it go.
Sorry, girls,
she said, bowing her head and sliding down the wall behind her.
Sunset, dear, is everything all right?
Rarity said as she knelt down next to her friend.
I'm fine, just... Please don't make me throw away my jacket.
Sunset said softly. Rarity could see the sudden glisten off of Sunset's eyes as Sunset looked over the leather in her hands.
Darling, we would never just make you do something against your will, but why are you holding on to this old thing?
She said, pulling up a sleeve hanging by Sunset's side and brushing his thumb over a large cut in the leather.
It's practically falling apart. I've had this jacket ever since I came to Canterlot High,
Sunset said, letting the jacket fall away from her chest and onto her knees so she could look at it. She let the leather flow through her hands, and she looked over every little scratch and scuff fondly.
I know I did a lot of bad things in this jacket, but I did a lot of good things too.
Sunset nodded to the cut Rarity was inspecting.
That one was from the first soccer game I played with Rainbow.
A little further up, she nodded to a tiny scuff on the shoulder.
That one is from me getting caught on a nail the first time I ever helped out Applejack on the farm.
Sunset traced her hand across a few tiny marks up the back.
These are from when Fluttershy brought me to the animal sanctuary here in town and we got attacked by adorable puppies,
Sunset said with a little laugh and a sentimental smile. Fluttershy gave a little giggle as well at the memory.
They did really like you. That was a really fun day.
Sunset let out a content sigh.
It was.
Sunset turned the jacket over, revealing a spot in the lining that was a little bit darker than the rest of the fabric.
This one is from that everybody has to try hot sauce on cupcakes party that Pinky threw.
Rarity rolled her eyes with a little grin.
That girl and her hot sauce. She got it all over you. And I'm sure you know what this one is from, Rarity,
Sunset said, brushing her hand against the tiny black patch inside the lining.
The first time you ever came to the boutique, right after the fall formal. You were still so rude back then,
Rarity said, lost in the distant memory.
But when I handed the jacket back to you, it was the first time I saw something other than a sinister smile on your face.
Sunset's smile turned back into worry once she remembered why she was saying all this.
That's why I don't want to throw it away, Rarity. I love the jacket you bought me, but...
Fluttershy knelt down on the other side of Sunset, putting a hand on Sunset's knee.
You don't have to get rid of it if you don't want to. If it means that much to you, I think you should keep it.
Sunset gave her a smile, hugging her jacket close to her again.
Thanks, Fluttershy. Fluttershy is right. I shouldn't have tried to get you to throw it away, even if it's a little...
Rarity looked across some of the cuts with an unsure expression.
Worn,
Rarity said, a sheepish smile coming across her face.
I didn't realize how much it meant to you, dear.
she said, putting a comforting hand on Sunset's shoulder. By all means, you should keep it close to your heart. But, Rarity said in her trademark inflection. She lent a hand down to Sunset to help her up off the ground. That doesn't mean you can't make new memories and something just as fabulous. Rarity grabbed the brand new jacket off the nearby table and presented it to Sunset. Would you like to at least try it on? Sunset smiled, feeling a little bit safer now that Rarity wasn't eyeing her jacket any longer. Okay. Wonderful! Rarity grabbed Sunset's wrist and slipped it into the sleeve herself, giving Sunset no chance to reconsider before it was on her completely. Once she'd dressed her, Rarity turned Sunset to the mirror. What do you think, darling? Sunset couldn't believe her eyes. She thought she looked beautiful, and that thought hadn't crossed her mind in a long time. All these brand new clothes looked and felt amazing, and every piece was from the kindness of her friends. Sunset looked down at the old jacket in her hand. Rarity was right. With so many memories on her old jacket, she was running out of room for any new ones. She looked up and down the sleeve of her brand new jacket, a massive smile coming over her face. She could feel the tears of joy start to form already. Rarity noticed in the mirror as a tear formed on Sunset's cheek. Darling, are you all... Oof! Sunset cut her off by turning around and wrapping her arms around her and Fluttershy. Thank you, girls. Thank you so much, Sunset said, her voice shaky and cracking, even through the massive smile on her face. Both Rarity and Fluttershy wrapped their arms around Sunset in a loving embrace. That's what friends are for, Fluttershy said softly. It was a pleasure, dear. Okay, this time once again, no comment time everyone, because today is January the 9th. And while I usually don't do birthdays, as all of you know, today is the birthday of one Seth Kuntz. I hope that I pronounced your name correctly. And, well, happy birthday, buddy! And many happy returns of this day. All the best wishes from Germany to you.
Fridge horror. How do you manage to go downhill from that? Equestria's sun is not normal. It's hard to notice at first. If you look at it, you see nothing but a regular star, a giant ball of hydrogen and hellfire. But first looks are deceiving. If you look a little harder, you'll start to notice something. You can't really put your finger on it for a couple minutes, but eventually you see it. It's not about the star. It's about what it does. Or rather, how it does it. Equestria's sun doesn't orbit around a black hole, a galaxy, a bigger star, or, well, anything with a respectable amount of mass. No, Equestria's sun orbits a planet. Not even a giant planet even. Sure, gas giants aren't exactly dense, but at least they look the part. But instead Equestria's sun orbits a small rocky planet, completely disregarding the laws of physics and good taste. It's just preposterous. 1. Mass is widely accepted as a cosmic haute couture more or less anywhere. It was not entirely the sun's fault though. As usual, the ponies were to blame. The ponies. Equestrian ponies. Equus ferus caballus magicus. Also known as... Lord Almighty, did that thing just talk? Were a small and wonderful species, full of kindness, goodwill, and intelligence. Intelligence that was mostly defined by two statements. First, Mother Nature was wise. Second, ponies were wiser.
From the first moment, the ponies had looked around and seen that there was a fundamental flaw in the beautiful design of the world. It didn't seem to favor ponies. Like, at all. So they rolled up their metaphorical sleeves, looked Mother Nature in her metaphorical eyes, and said, "Yeah, we'll take care of this from now on." So down the drain went thermodynamics, hydrostatics, free will, and gravity. Enter magic, weather control, destiny, and a giant star mindlessly orbiting around a really, really, really small planet that had only, like, one satellite. Was that the right course of action? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mother Nature is still bitter about the whole deal, to be honest. And particles as a whole didn't really like being bossed around that much. Magic forced them to stay still and harmonic all the time. That was just exhausting. 2. Ironically enough, entropy was a hotspot for particles that wanted to spend their holiday away from magic. And ponies? Well, ponies were the ones who made the entire thing like this in the first place, so they couldn't just change their opinion on the subject so lightly. Still, they had to admit that, as cool as a slightly deteriorated reality was now and then, the secondary effects were a little uncomfortable. Coincidences were common, as in really common. As in, why are we still calling them coincidences? The word lost its meaning freaking forever ago. I've met 3 long-lost brothers in the marketplace by pure chance in less than 48 hours. This is just stupid. Common. Logic worked. Technically, at least. As long as you didn't really try to scrutinize him. Causation and correlation were a bit mixed up, to be honest. And if you stressed logic too much, he had an annoying tendency to pack his things and leave without a word, so you had to be careful. So, living in Equestria was a little hard, now and then. Was a perfect weather schedule worth all the trouble? That question remained unanswered. Every pony had their own opinions. Vinyl Scratch, for example, couldn't give less of a damn. Of course, truth be told, Vinyl Scratch couldn't give less of a damn about anything, really. She had been born with a very modest amount of dams to give, so she was spare when it came to those. She spent the vast majority of her time pointing at things and laughing. Not a bad way to live overall. Mother Nature didn't really like that, however, because there's a reason why ponies are born with dams to give. You go and try to create and develop an entire race who doesn't care for, let's say, the well-being of their offsprings, and see how well that goes. But that aside, Vinyl Scratch was fairly harmless. So it was okay. More or less. Sort of. She wasn't a powerful unicorn at all, so there was no way she could, for example, get involved with a reality-shattering affair anytime soon. Would she? No bending of the laws of existence near her, right? Right? Of course. Mother Nature was pretty sure about that. Right, logic? You think the same, right? Yeah, okay. No. Hell no. Mother Nature was worried sick. Call it a hunch if you will. Something was going to happen. Something bad. And it was going to happen soon. So, that particular day, Mother Nature focused her attention on Vinyl Scratch, and crossed her metaphorical fingers. Logic did the same, just to be sure. Hope is the last thing you lose after all. And in that very moment, so as to justify its efforts, Vinyl Scratch was carving obscene words on a table with a kitchen knife and waiting for her friends to appear. "Say whatever you want," she was muttering under her breath, tongue poking out of the side of her mouth in concentration.
Curse words make everything cooler, no matter the context. This is going to be the coolest table in the city by the time I'm done with it.
Derpy Hoofs, sitting by her side, glared at her.
You know this is a family relic, right? My great-great-uncle finished it and then died 3 seconds later.
3.
His last breath was shed on this table.
3. He got eaten by timberwolves avenging the table. Furniture is serious business in Equestria.
Yes, and now this table has both your great-gruncle's last breath and 17 different synonyms of the word butt on it.
Vinyl replied, not bothering to look up. A true artist only has eyes for her craft.
And most of them are over 5 syllables long. No need to thank me.
Derpy kept glaring at her, gaze so intense that it could probably melt iron. Iron would probably care. Then, slowly, she raised a hoof and smacked Vinyl upside the head.
Ouch!
Vinyl winced. But she didn't stop carving.
That hurt!
You're going to pay for that table once you're done,
Derpy said, leaning towards Vinyl and glancing at what she was writing.
And it's going to cost you a real Whoa! Okay, that one is just raunchy.
One of my favorites.
Vinyl looked at the word with pride.
I yelled that out loud once, when I was still a pipsqueak, and my granny burst into flames and died.
Wow, what a tragedy.
Derpy pressed one hoof against her chest. Her voice was soft and low, the voice of best friends at a child's funeral.
I'm so sorry.
It was the most metal thing I've ever seen.
Okay, forget what I was saying.
Derpy frowned and leaned back, away from the table.
Anyway, no wonders your granny went all fireworks on you. What you're carving is not a normal cuss word. Where in Equestria did you learn that?
I know my obscenities pretty well.
It's one of the ancient words of doom, the 7 whispers that created existence.
I know my obscenities pretty damn well.
She finished the main core of the word and went in for the details. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's, measuring the angles of the pentacles.
Also, was existence really created with a synonym for butt?
Derpy shrugged.
It's a powerful word.
Not gonna deny that, no.
No, I mean it,
Derpy said.
Like, it's a powerful word, in the literal sense. Words have power. That's kind of dangerous.
Pfft.
Vinyl rolled her eyes and finished the word with a small tweak of the knife.
Please! It's just a cuss, Derpy. Nothing's going to...
The table burst into flames. Silence. Vinyl took a step back and stared at the flames for a couple of seconds.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Arg, my head!
I told you that this was going to happen.
4. Derpy frowned so hard at Vinyl that her eyes were barely visible.
I so told you. Give me that knife.
4. Another secondary effect of a weakened fabric of reality. Repeat something enough times or say something while wielding a big enough amount of magic, and words shape the world in a very literal sense. That's actually the reason why, more often than not, ponies won't use cuss words stronger than a mere pony feathers. Usually nothing bad happens when a Pegasus or an Earth pony says something stronger, but an angry unicorn telling her fiancé to go to hell might accidentally condemn said fiancé to eternal damnation. There are exceptions, of course. Vinyl Scratch is a unicorn and she swears like a sailor who hasn't seen a woman in 30 years. But then again, she can't invoke evil upon you just like that. She never gave a single damn after all.
Okay, jeez!
Vinyl passed the knife and crossed her legs, offended.
Behind her, the table kept burning.
I just wanted to kill time, okay? The gang's taking way too much time to get here.
Derpy looked at the clock, still frowning. It said it was 10:47. Their friends should have arrived almost an hour ago.
Don't remind me,
she said as a shadow crossed her face.
I'm going to have a couple of words with them when they arrive. I mean, I know they don't wanna be here.
Vinyl looked around in disgust. The table was still on fire.
No pony wants to be here, but still, this is ridiculous.
Derpy eyed Vinyl. She didn't glare daggers as much as she glared broadswords. Then she looked back at the clock on the wall.
This is not a bad place. Nah, it pretty much is.
Of course, they were in Derpy's house. Every time the gang wanted to meet, they met at Derpy's house. It was an interesting place. The only reason why it was described with the word house was a relatively small size of the equestrian language. It was a craft of an architect with too much passion and too little talent. There were 11 doors but only 5 rooms, too many windows in too few places, and the kitchen always smelled like onions and acid. It was warm in winter and even warmer in summer. Sometimes there were stairs in the bathroom, and sometimes there weren't. 3 ponies had died in mysterious circumstances in the place, and some nights you could hear their screams in the shadows. The walls bled from time to time. Every time you crossed that threshold, you felt a small part of your soul burning away, never to return. Mother Nature couldn't look at that house too much without metaphorically fainting. But still, it was at the center of Canterlot. The very center of Canterlot. Which means it was expensive enough to be deemed as eccentric and modern, instead of the most sincere appellatives of horrible or
"My wife lost her mind trying to navigate this place. What is wrong with you? You killed her sanity. You killed mine too."
So, it was an elegant place. And being in there for too long was driving Vinyl mad. She was getting pretty damn annoyed at Time Turner, Octavia, Lyra, and the rest. They should have been there already. She could feel anger rising up inside her. Oh, she was so going to bitch at them when they arrived. Derpy was different, though, Vinyl thought. Like all Pegasi, Derpy Hoofs was feisty but loyal. She loved her buddies. Sure, she was also miffed, but not angry. She could never get really mad at her friends after all.
I'm going to tear their livers out,
Derpy said, her eyes never leaving the clock.
And then I'll fill those livers with cheese, smash them to powder, and force those bastards to snort them in front of their crying mothers.
Ah! Vinyl smiled and gently punched Derpy on the shoulder.
You're such a softie. And I will be the one who makes her mothers cry.
Derpy shook her head.
Anyway, I'm tired of waiting.
She got up and headed towards the kitchen.
I'm gonna make myself a sandwich. Do you want something? Not really, no.
Vinyl watched her go and then glanced at the clock one more time. In the background, the table was mostly ashes by this point.
Say, what do you think is taking them so long? Maybe something happened? An accident? Maybe they're just being a bunch of rude assholes who don't care if we're waiting,
Derpy said. Her voice came from the kitchen, joined with the sound of drawers being opened and bread being cut.
Also, Whoa, what the hell is this?
And then there was a knock at the door. Mother Nature didn't know why, but she really disliked that knock. She felt like it didn't belong there. Something was off, but she couldn't really put her metaphorical finger on it. Vinyl looked at the door.
Hey, Derpy, the gang's here!
The sound of some pony falling to the ground, and the clatter of silverware.
Whoa, what's a... Vinyl!
Derpy's voice sounded strained.
Vinyl, there's a tentacle coming out of the fridge!
Another knock.
Are you going to get the door, or do you want me to... Okay, my mistake. There are many tentacles coming out of the fridge.
Derpy said.
And, oh, come on!
Vinyl got up and walked towards the door.
Incoming!
She said when they knocked again.
Jeez, you're the ones arriving late. Don't be so impatient. And now the fridge is trying to kill me!
Derpy yelled. The sound of a struggle and tentacles moving in the air came from the kitchen.
Give me a break! My day has been horrible enough already! There's no way this can get worse!
Then the thing in the fridge, that with the tentacles, talked. It was with the voice of the Legion, and hell followed with it.
I have awoken from my slumber.
Silence.
Oh, come on!
And that was the moment Vinyl opened the door. Mother Nature realized what was happening now, which is a shame, because it means she knew exactly what to do the very moment she became unable to do anything. Powerful as she is, Mother Nature can only work with the natural. Of course, natural can mean a lot of things. In fact, most of the stuff ponies unthinkingly brand as supernatural are just natural but with an extra pair of eyes or something. However, there are unnatural things. Not unnatural in the "you can't marry that possum" or "no son of mine will be with that woman with a third nipple" sense. We're talking truly unnatural. Things that don't belong to Mother Nature. Things that should not be. 3 things happened at the same time in that moment. Vinyl opened the door. The tentacles from the fridge all tried to stab Derpy, and Derpy's house, already pretty shabby in the reality sense, became a space that should not be. Vinyl, Scratch and Derpy didn't notice. Which is pretty weird. A more normal pony would have realized something was off immediately. Hell, a more normal pony would have dropped dead right there, because the thunderous, greater-than-life voice that came from the kitchen didn't sound. It did much more than that. Usually, sound is pretty straightforward. Something makes a noise, and the air molecules are nice enough to carry that vibration to any ear that happens to be nearby. Noise is movement, once you get to it. But what not many know is that stillness is not the opposite of movement. It's its absence. The opposite of movement is movement. It's best defined as moving the other way around, and just as movement is a natural force, movement is an unnatural one. Movement can't be perceived. It's not instantaneous. It's just there. It's one of the few elements in physics with a morality. Kind of. Many scientists have referred to movement as something evil. This is not correct. Movement came earlier. If anything, movement is nobile. When that dark, ancient voice talked, it gnawed everything around it. The walls bled dark blood, purple flames filled the place, the sky broke, and the void from far beyond filled the cosmos. It cursed reality itself, destroyed time and space, and got really close to making existence kick the bucket. The only reason why Equestria didn't stop existing immediately was mere luck, Mother Nature realized. Time and space were no more, so the curse didn't touch everything at the same time. It was one of those small, logical things that only worked because equestrian logic is really not that great. So Mother Nature took a big blow to the stomach, but she didn't die. Derpy's house was absolutely damned though. Yet Vinyl didn't notice, because as it's been established before, she could give no damns. Sure, she kind of realized the walls were bleeding, but, well, she was in Derpy's house. Bloody walls were kind of an everyday thing. Plus, good luck trying to notice the strange color of the flames and the blood while wearing purple sunglasses. Vinyl was too passive to realize she should be dead, so she remained alive. And she opened the door.
"Hey, Octavia,"
she said, smiling.
"Took you your time?"
Octavia Philharmonica, A grey earth pony with the longest eyelashes, the curviest legs, and the softest coat ever smiled at Vinyl from the other side of the door. There was something interesting about Octavia. Other ponies could be pretty, but she was breathtaking. 5. Maybe it was the way she moved, flowing like oil in a pool of water. Maybe it was the way she talked, with a soft, sweet, sultry voice. Maybe it was the fact that she had, like, the greatest ass of them all. It didn't matter. 5. Literally, she wasn't allowed in the respiratory treatment wing of the Royal Canterlot Hospital. What mattered was that Octavia was a natural seductress. If she wanted you, she had you. Simple as that. She could make the words, "I'm sorry your son has cancer," sound like an invitation to go upstairs and have a private talk over smooth jazz and expensive wine. That day wasn't any different. She was wearing a pink bow tie and had a letter in her mouth. And somehow she pulled that off as a provocative outfit. She smiled a smile not suitable for any pony under 18. "Hi," she finally said. "How's it going?" At the other side of the door, the flames around Vinyl grew bigger. The walls grew faces and started screaming. Dark blood flowed freely. Thunder roared behind her. "Meh," Vinyl said. "Nothing new."
I am the killer of death itself.
"This is going to be a total bitch to clean up!" Derpy's voice managed to be heard over the sound of condemnation around the whole house. "Oh, Celestia, the sandwich's got blood all over it now!"
Time and space wither upon my arrival.
Yeah. Octavia looked at the horrible mayhem inside the house, then at Vinyl. "You seem to be busy indeed. So, I'll go straight to the point."
To the point?
Vinyl took a step.
Come in, come in. What do you mean, straight to the point? Vinyl!
Derpy yelled from the kitchen.
"I'm fairly sure I'm witnessing some kind of apocalyptic event and my sandwich is ruined! Are you listening to me?"
No, I can't stay to talk. Octavia frowned. "Believe me, just take this letter. I gotta go now."
"What?"
Vinyl's horn glimmered and the letter floated to her.
"What do you mean? We were supposed to have dinner."
"It's complicated." Octavia shrugged. "Read the letter and you'll understand." With a forced grin, she took the door handle and pulled. "Later."
"Wait, hey, Devi!"
Bam! Too late. The door was closed now. With a deep frown, Vinyl opened it again, and saw that Octavia was not there anymore.
"What's that?"
Eternal doom falls upon you, mortal.
"Vinyl!"
Derpy popped her head out of the kitchen. A tentacle popped out too, but Derpy slapped it back with a piece of bread.
"Would you please listen to me already?"
"Dude!" Vinyl looked at her.
"Trust me, no matter what you wanna say, what happened to me just now is weirder. Octavia just... There's an elder god in my fridge!"
There was a moment of silence.
"Ugh,"
Vinyl said.
"Why indeed? We have elder gods in Equestria? Either that or this is the weirdest flipping bottle of mayo I've ever seen in my whole life!"
A tentacle popped out of the kitchen again and hovered menacingly above Derpy's head.
Cower in fear, mortals. You may plead for your quick death, but...
"Oh, shut up, you!"
Derpy said. The tentacle paused and hovered in a slightly less menacing way.
Did you just tell me to shut up?
Derpy glared with her iron-melting glare. The tentacle stiffened and retreated a couple inches.
"I'm talking with my friend here,"
Derpy said.
"So if you don't mind..."
There was another moment of silence as the tentacle considered its options. Then it popped back into the kitchen.
"Damn right,"
Derpy muttered. Vinyl frowned.
Tentacles don't have eyes,
she said.
How exactly did you...
Derpy glared at Vinyl.
Okay.
Vinyl shielded her face against those eyes.
Okay, stupid question. Please don't do that. I'm not in the mood for silly questions, Vinyl. Yes.
Vinyl shuddered and saved the letter inside her mane.
I can tell, so, why is that thing in your fridge again? I have no idea.
Derpy frowned and crossed her legs.
I was just making myself a sandwich and suddenly there were tentacles everywhere. Wow.
Vinyl squinted.
You accidentally summoned an ancient avatar of evil? How the hell did you mess up a sandwich so badly? The sandwich had nothing to do with it. I mean, I know you're bad at cooking, but this is just ridiculous, dude. This sandwich had nothing to do with it! Are you sure?
Vinyl arched an eyebrow, 6, and adjusted her glasses.
Because, I'm working with empirical data here,
Vinyl said.
And you know what they say about empirical data.
6. Ponies have no eyebrows. It's a mystery how they do that.
What the hell are you talking about? Look, I'm just being logical here. You made a sandwich, then there's an Eldritch horror in your fridge. The story checks out. You are the most stupid...
That is not how it works.
A pause. Both mares looked at the kitchen.
What?
Derpy asked.
That is not how logic works. Correlation doesn't always indicate causation.
Okay, no.
Vinyl sat down on the floor and shook her head.
Hell no! I'm not taking logic lessons from a guy who was born out of a sandwich. I have my standards.
I wasn't born out of a sandwich. I was born before time existed. I'm eternal. I'm the killer of death itself. Time and space break upon my arrival. Eternal doom falls upon you,
Yes, whatever. You're just glorified ketchup for all I care.
I'm not ketchup, for I am the killer of death itself.
Vinyl, stop arguing with ancient horror,
Derpy said.
This guy wants to bring doom to Equestria. Don't freaking humor him!
Eternal doom.
Oh, sorry. Eternal doom to Equestria. Don't freaking humor him!
She turned to the kitchen.
Better?
Yes, thanks.
I'm not humoring him. I'm humiliating him,
Vinyl said.
Those are, total opposites. You are the one being all polite with that thing.
She frowned.
What is it anyway? A bunch of tentacles? Big deal. You can take care of that on your own.
I'm not just tentacles. I'm the killer of the...
Derpy peeked inside the kitchen once more.
Meh, he kind of looks like a squid, but uglier,
she said. Silence.
I don't think I'm comfortable with that description.
Pfft.
Vinyl looked at the letter Octavia had given her. The envelope was grey. No address. No sound if you shook it.
Seafood,
she said.
Lame.
She took her shades off to give the letter a better look, and that's when she noticed what was going on around her. Dark flames rising, boiling blood everywhere. The walls had faces, and they were screaming. The ceiling had disappeared, and above her was a black void, a starless sky with nothing but darkness. The very picture of damnation. She gave a low whistle.
Yeah, this one's going to be a bitch to clean up. Vinyl, I swear to Celestia I'm going to... Okay, hold on a second, big guy.
Derpy turned around and faced the kitchen once more. Suddenly, she sounded calm and collected.
Do you mind explaining what part of me are you exactly trying to grab and why?
Vinyl frowned and opened the letter. There was one single page in it, and she recognized the writing right away. It was Vinyl's.
Wiggled the amazing squid there is messing up time and stuff like crazy,
it said.
The house doesn't flow as time like it should. Door connects to the outside, but not always at the same moment. Goes back and forth, no way to know when you are. Tends to go always forward though, in random jumps.
Wah, Vinyl said, eyebrows up, wild smile on her face.
Time travel? Wicked cool. Wicked cool indeed,
said the latter.
But you're trapped in the house, sister. Can't get out.
A blink. Vinyl frowned.
Sister? No pony ever sisters anymore. Every pony thinks it's dorky. I know.
The frown turned into a wide grin.
I love sistering ponies. I know that too. Ha!
A second of silence.
Wait,
Vinyl said.
Letters are not supposed to work like this. Nah, time travel, remember? I know what you're gonna say. Anyway, so yeah, trapped in the house. You can't get out. No pony can get in. Ah, that sucks.
Vinyl made a pout.
I wanted to hang out with the gang tonight. Yeah, but, you'll have to wait. I wrote this letter right after helping Octavia solve her problem. So, I guess you have to do that now. Help Octavia with her thing. Groovy,
Vinyl said.
And then what? I can get out?
But there were no more words. Vinyl turned the letter around, just in case. Nope, that was it.
Dude,
Vinyl whispered, putting the letter back onto the table and scratching her cheek.
That was weird. Hey, Derpy!
She turned to the kitchen.
You won't believe what just happened. Wait a moment, Vinyl,
Derpy said.
I'm making clear where the boundaries are here. Now, Squiddy, what is that tentacle thing trying to do again?
Dark titans of destruction are not the kind to hold conversations. Everything around them tends to either die in horrible pain or, in some special cases, scream and cry for a couple of minutes before dying in horrible pain. The beast who ends it all had never needed to do anything but kill and maybe consume to add some variety. And yet, there was something in Derpy's voice that made him stop and reconsider his options. It repeated. Everything trembled as the tentacles gnawed in a confused haze.
I'm killing you.
Killing me?
Derpy smiled in the sweetest way possible. The overall effect was similar to a volcano erupting, if only volcanoes had teeth.
I don't think that's what you're doing, darling.
That darling was sharper than Luna's wit. The eldritch abomination shuffled its tentacles uncomfortably.
Usually my presence brings out the death that awaits in every living thing,
it said after a small pause.
Damnation befalls upon my arrival.
Derpy waited. Her smile didn't falter. From the hall, Vinyl smirked and perked up her ears. There was a horrible, indescribable sound as the obscure king, the tentacle death, coughed softly.
In theory, you should be already dead because I'm here. But it doesn't seem to affect you. It's never happened to me before, I swear.
Maybe you're worrying too much about it,
Vinyl asked.
Stress does this kind of thing now and then. You should relax. You didn't answer my question. What is that tentacle trying to grab?
Silence.
I was trying to strangle you.
That is not where my throat is.
I'm not familiar with equine anatomy.
Derpy smiled even harder and said nothing. Empires had fallen under weaker powers than that grimace. There was a small, barely perceptible pause.
Say, tentacle guy,
Vinyl said, talking really slowly.
I think you should stop trying to strangle Derpy.
Maybe I should just apocalypse a little harder.
Oh, honey.
Derpy talked like a serial killer working in a kindergarten. 6. Her smile twitched ever so slightly.
Way too late for that.
6. Sweetly, politely, then... Oh my god, where did that knife come from? There's blood and dead children everywhere! Ah! There was a knock. Vinyl looked at the door and put her glasses back on.
Incoming!
She said. Then she turned towards Derpy.
Okay, so I'm taking care of the door while you take care of Wiggles, okay? I mean, I wasn't going to help you anyway, but now you don't want me to, right? Hell no!
Derpy went back in the kitchen. Only her shadow on the wall was visible from the hall. The purple flames made it look bigger than usual.
I want to take care of him alone. This is personal now.
Wait, wasn't it personal before? I've been destroying your world for a while here.
There was another knock, this time louder.
Neato!
Vinyl said, beaming.
I want to get out of here soon anyway. Party awaits!
And then she opened the door.
Hey, Octavia!
Hey, Vinyl, Octavia said. She was smiling too, but it was a forced smile. It was all wrong around the corners. Sorry for coming so late, there was a...
Sure, no problem.
Vinyl rested her shoulder against the door.
So, you look troubled.
Octavia blinked. Her eyelashes fluttered, seemingly on their own. Huh? She said. What?
Like anything wrong going on?
Vinyl took her glasses off and beamed even harder.
Do you need help with something?
Why are you... She gulped. I don't know what you're talking about. Vinyl didn't change her expression.
Something bad happened, didn't it? You can tell me.
Octavia's smile fluttered and then disappeared. She let out a long, heavy sigh and then massaged the space between her eyes. It's that obvious, isn't it?
I'm good at reading ponies.
Vinyl tried to rest a hoof on Octavia's shoulder, but the moment her leg went past the threshold, there was a zap and a bunch of sparkles. Vinyl grunted and took a step back, waving the hurt hoof.
Ouch! Okay, so anything I can help without getting out of here?
I don't... Octavia looked back at her and shook her head. It's nothing, really.
Come on, tell Auntie Vinyl what's happening.
It's... Octavia rubbed her foreleg.
Okay, so you remember the Canterlot Orchestra has a new conductor, right? At Tutor Studio, blue earth pony, horrible hair. Always looks angry, like some pony broke his daughter's legs with a crowbar?
Uh-huh. Vinyl nodded. She seemed to recollect a faint memory of some pony who looked like that.
Any problem with him?
Yeah, he hates me. Octavia bit her lip.
Like, I'm still officially first cello, but today he said Clavio was going to play soloist next Saturday instead of me. That's more or less the same as asking me to leave. And that's bothering you?
Vinyl arched an eyebrow.
Just talk to the guy. Convince him to let you do soloist. That should be easy for you. In fact,
Vinyl said,
do that right now. I mean, it's still early, isn't it?
Octavia blinked.
Vinyl, it's almost midnight. That's early somewhere.
Vinyl waved a hoof.
There, go talk with the guy. Use your natural charm to convince him. Swing your hips while walking or something.
But he hates me, Octavia said, rubbing her hoof on the floor.
It's impossible to charm that guy. Plus, he's kind of icky. I don't want to seduce that. Then make him pay.
Vinyl crossed her legs.
That's what the Octavia I know would do. Go and solve that problem of yours so we can hang out.
Octavia frowned.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
She looked up, a smile on her face, genuine this time.
You're right. Sulking won't do anything. If I can't charm the guy, I'll just force him to do what I say. That's a spirit,
Vinyl said, beaming again.
Come back when you're done. I'll be here. Wait, what? Isn't this Derpy's house?
Blam! Vinyl slammed the door shut.
Ha!
she said.
That should do it. I'm so good at time traveling.
Die!
Horrible sounds came from the kitchen. The faces on the walls screeched louder, their eyes popped out of their sockets. The purple flames morphed into snakes, fiery animals of unnatural glow, hissing and whispering words of misery. Rocky spikes spurted from the floor, gleaming with deadly light. Smoke filled the room.
Oh yeah?
Derpy yelled.
You go first!
The unearthly tentacles had multiplied. They moved with the speed of sound, whipping and grabbing and lashing everything they touched. But Derpy was faster. She moved like grey lightning, hovering across the tentacles, dodging and slapping with bread and slamming with no mercy. Not a single tentacle had touched her yet.
Ha! Slowpoke!
Then the kitchen exploded. Well, maybe that's not the right word. Usually explosions are made out of fire and heat. They break and burn. This one was not. The explosion created by the thing from the deeps was a concentration of movement. A cold, dark outburst. A giant ball of iciness and ether that destroyed everything it touched. Bits of the wall went flying everywhere, and part of the hall and the corridor disappeared too. Vinyl could see the monster now, a shapeless mass of tentacles, eyes, fangs, and things without a name, all stuffed inside the fridge. And Derpy, apparently untouched by the explosion, kept hovering above the guy.
Wow,
she said, looking at the hole in her wall.
That was useful, wasn't it?
I'm going to destroy you.
You are going to try.
Derpy looked around, and a metallic gleam caught her eye. The knife Vinyl had used to carve words on that table was lying on the floor, reflecting the purple flames. Only it glimmered with a white and silver light, not a violet one. Quick as thought, Derpy landed right next to it and took it. It was an old kitchen knife. Celestia knew how many years she'd been cutting onions with it. She eyed the knife, then the destruction deity in the fridge, then the knife again. She smirked a little. The Count of Carnages saw right through Derpy's intentions.
You fool!
It roared.
Your efforts are useless. No mortal weapon shall harm a lord from the Heptaverse.
7.
You can't.
7. Like the universe, but 7 times more. Basically, you have one-dimensional space. Then you go out from that and you get a 2-dimensional space, which is nice and logical. Then you go deeper and you end up with a 3-dimensional space. All fine and dandy, and then you add something more and BAM! Time makes for 4 dimensions. Oneshot makes 5, which is where things start to get wobbly for mere 3-dimensional, linear brains. You need non-Euclidean neurons for that. At 6 dimensions, you get Sujua. That one is just out. And then you have 7 dimensions. Unfortunately, even the name used to describe a 7th dimensional existence is impossible to grasp, unless you perceive Shudra dimensions, or at least Oneshot was a mild existential crisis and a botany degree.
Ching!
There was another knock.
Oh, cool!
Vinyl turned to the door and opened it.
I'm sure Tevi will have solved everything by now. We can get out of here!
But when she answered the door, it wasn't Octavia at the other side. It was Time Turner, another of her friends. A brown earth pony, sweaty and covered in bruises.
Vinyl!
He yelled when she opened the door.
Oh, thanks Celestia you're here. Sorry for being late, but there's been a terrible accident. Bonbon was ran over by a carriage. There's an innocent pony bleeding to death on the street and... Blam!
Vinyl slammed the door shut.
Not interested,
she said. Another knock. She opened the door, hoping to see Octavia, but it was just Turner again.
There's been another horrible accident. Now there are 2 guys bleeding and Bonbon is having seizures. I think what she said is a
Blam.
Nah.
Another knock. Lyra Heartstrings this time. Calm, collected, smiling, and covered in blood.
I'm a rude asshole who doesn't care if you're waiting. Also, I just stabbed 2 guys on the street and Turner's freaking the hell out. Oh, and apparently we gotta save the world because now Bonbon can see the future.
Blam.
Come on, Taffy, come here already.
Vinyl muttered.
I wanna go home.
This is no mortal steel.
The apocalyptic abomination increased in size, even though it was still in the fridge.
You wield the blade of thunder.
Huh?
Ching, ching. 4 more tentacles fell to the ground, quivering.
Seriously?
But you can't wield the blade of thunder. It was lost at the beginning of time.
Dude, I just bought it from a thrift shop like 2 years ago.
Derpy stopped in mid-air to give a better look at the knife she was holding.
Then again, it does look more like a sword than a knife, now that I think about it.
A black goo splashed from some of the tentacles, and thousands of shadowy figures came from it. They looked like dogs or wolves, but with a couple extra appendages here and there. They didn't move as much as they flowed. Their darkness was so black it glistened. The blade of thunder gleamed with a brighter light.
You're a wielder.
The almighty destructor roared.
That's why you're still alive.
The tentacles pointed at the goopy figures.
Shadows, kill them both.
Derpy landed, then backflipped towards Vinyl and beheaded the 2 closest shadows with a circling motion. They came in waves, but she punched her way through without sweating a single drop. Each one of her hits destroyed a shadow like they were made out of jello. Vinyl, still by the door, eyed her friend's movements from above her glasses and didn't bother to get out of the way. Every time a shadow got near her, Derpy took care of it.
Nice roundhouse kick,
she said after a particularly acrobatic one.
Didn't know you knew Kung Fu. It's a long story,
Derpy said. A shadow tried to attack Vinyl with a strike of death teeth and black claws, but Derpy blocked it with a sword and smashed its head against one of the rocky spikes.
Never thought I had to mention it. Don't let them touch you!
Derpy didn't bother to look at Vinyl now. She was too busy suplexing a very unlucky shadow.
If they touch you, you're dead!
Vinyl arched an eyebrow. There were no shadows near her.
Really? Yeah! Evil only has to win once and all that crap! The smallest contact is lethal! You seem to be just fine. Huh?
Derpy paused for a second and looked at herself, then went back to kicking shadows.
Well, yeah, the Thunderblade protects me, but that's just 'cause these guys are lame!
She smashed another shadow against the wall.
If the big guy gets a hold of me, however, not even the blade is powerful enough.
Vinyl nodded.
Okay, I'll take care.
Then there was a knock.
Oh, the door!
It was Octavia this time. Well, she said once Vinyl opened. I think She frowned. What is going on in there?
Hee-yah!
Derpy grabbed the blade of thunder with her hoofs and threw it towards the shadow. It stabbed it right in the chest. A second shadow tried to attack her after that, but she blocked it effortlessly. Then, with a flowery movement, she broke its legs, then its neck, then its other leg. The faces in the walls yelled even louder, and one of them exploded.
Hoo-yah! Nothing.
Vinyl waved a hoof.
So, what did you do to deal with this studio guy?
Octavia frowned and looked behind Vinyl once more, but eventually shrugged and gave up. Well, I realized being sad made no sense when I could be angry instead, so I screwed his parents. There was a moment of silence. Relatively speaking. As in, it was kind of broken by the sound of Derpy karate chopping 3 shadows in mid-air and getting the sword in the background after all. But that aside, dead silence. Vinyl blinked.
You what?
Yeah, Octavia said, smiling. Like, I went to his house and I discovered he still lives with his parents, so I screwed them both. Vinyl needed a moment to process that information.
Okay, sex with his parents. Good. You mean at the same time or?
Well, duh. Tevi arched an eyebrow. Was there any other option? The matrimony was pretty messy anyway. They were happy to find a way to spice things up.
I don't think that's what I meant with.
I made sure to make them squeal as much as possible. Octavia continued. So a studio could hear us. Not that hard to do, to be fair. His father's a screamer.
I'm fairly sure I didn't need that information, Tevi.
I made sure he never looks his father in the eyes again. Vinyl massaged her temples. Behind her, Derpy was using a shadow as a club to beat another shadow against the floor.
Okay,
she said as she tried to put her leg over Octavia's shoulders.
I guess that as long as it...
Zap! Vinyl jumped back and glared at the threshold.
Hey, I thought you'd solved your problem.
Octavia frowned at her. What the hell was that?
I said I thought you'd solved it.
Octavia rubbed the back of her neck. Well, I think I did. I mean, I haven't gone to today's practice yet, but I'm sure he'll put me back in. Vinyl slammed the door shut. Another knock. She opened it. Okay, so he hates me even more now.
I can't imagine why,
Vinyl said.
Look, I know that you want to get back at the guy, but maybe your problems would be solved if, instead of screwing his parents, you...
So I screwed his parents again, Octavia finished.
Oh, come on!
Hey, I just wanted to give it another try, Octavia said, crossing her legs. It was a good idea. We never give good ideas a second chance.
The fact that you are legally labeled an adult sickens me.
Oh, you're just being stubborn, Octavia said, squinting at Vinyl. I'm just making sure his studio knows I'm tougher than him, okay? I'm sure he'll give up in no time. I mean, I set fire to his room after I was finished with his parents. That ought to scare him.
Vinyl
rolled her eyes.
Okay, never mind. Just tell me whenever everything's solved, please.
And she slammed the door shut. Behind her, the unspeakable Colossus had stepped up his game a notch. The shadows were bigger now, faster, stronger, and they had wings. The faces on the walls were puking skeizes now, and shooting them at Derpy and Vinyl. More flames morphed into snakes, gigantic basilisks so cold they burned. Derpy remained unscratched. In fact, she was kind of glowing too. A pure, clean, white light.
By the high powers, to me conceded!
She chanted, closing her eyes and raising both hoofs to the dark cosmos above them.
Oh, eternity, light unchanging, destroy the evil that fights against me!
There was a swoosh, a gleam, and then Derpy's aura got even brighter. A wave of light emerged from her, a warm circle of divine splendor. It destroyed everything it touched, tearing it into pieces, burning the darkness in holy fire, consuming the snakes and dissolving the sighs. A choir of little boys could be heard in the distance, singing something whimsical and spiritual. It didn't really affect Vinyl. Well, maybe it ruffled her mane a little bit. Nothing else.
The hell was that?
She asked, as the light disappeared and the few shadows and snakes that had survived got their senses back.
I didn't know you had superpowers.
What? Derpy looked at her with an arched eyebrow.
What are you talking about? I don't have any kind of power. I'm a Pegasus, not a unicorn. You just unapocalypsed the entire house.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't count. Derpy shrugged.
Like, I just commanded the forces of fate or whatever. Not that big of a deal. Comes with being the chosen one. Vinyl frowned. You're the chosen one? Yeah, well, one of them at least. Didn't I tell you? Oh, hold on. Some of the shadows were getting closer. Derpy raised the blade of thunder, yelled something in a dead language, and lightning struck. There was a spark, a creak, and the smell of burnt wood. When Derpy lowered the sword, the smoking remains of the shadows hit the floor and frizzled a little bit. That's better, Derpy said. Anyway, yeah, didn't I tell you before? A blind old mare came to my mother when she was pregnant and told her I was a child of destiny or something like that. She shrugged. Never really cared about it. Vinyl eyed the room. It was a holy mess, but all the shadows had been eradicated, and the only flaming snake was hiding under the table. Child of destiny. Sounds pretty sweet. Meh. Derpy made a so-so gesture with her hoof. Kind of overrated, I think. So, that's why you know Kung Fu? What? No! Derpy shook her head. Don't be stupid, I just trained in the mountains with my father for 7 years. Oh, that's a logical explanation. I know, right? I love it when things make a perfect sense. The fridge trembled. Vinyl noticed the tentacles were perfectly okay, and it looked like there were more than ever.
I will not allow this!
Something changed in that voice. Before, it had sounded like 1,000 babies crying in despair. Like the sound of demise falling upon an ancient civilization. Like the whisper of lust destroying a marriage. Like a pretty mediocre power ballad. But now it was different. Now it sounded like nothing. It wasn't a voice. It was the absence of a voice. The particles didn't just move. They became movement. It got darker, deeper, deadlier. Derpy didn't seem to care. She smiled and she showed an awful lot of teeth. Hell yeah! She said. Final boss, bring it on! There was a knock at the door. Oh, Vinyl, do you mind getting that? Vinyl raised a hoof. No props, sister. You keep your Sanctum Sanctorium gig going on. I'll take care of the public relations. Derpy hoof bumped her. Don't sister me, it's dorky. Ah. Without turning around, Derpy took the sword, cracked her neck, yelled a battle cry, and charged against the Lord of Despair. The Lord of Despair met her in mid-air. They collided in a burst of light, darkness, death, and life. Meanwhile, Vinyl rolled her eyes, muttered something about excessive dramatism, and opened the door.
Vinyl!
Turner again. Covered in more bruises, and half his mane was black with charcoal.
Bonbon's prophecy was right. Io, the sentient planet, is approaching Equestria, and on the dawn of the third moon it'll collide. We need to gather the 7 jewels of friendship and...
She closed the door. Blam! Another knock. Lyra. Absolutely covered in blood this time. Okay, so I'm going to be honest. I took a baseball bat and broke the kneecaps of 5 random guys, and now they're all whining on the street next to Bleeding Guys 227. I have no idea why I did that, but hear me out. What if I keep assaulting random ponies and then... Blam! Knocking. Turner again.
The lizard folk found us, and they refused to give us the key to the Golden Temple, and I just know the 4th jewel is in there, so...
Blam! A knock. Yo, you won't believe who had the 5th jewel, Lyra said. Like, seriously. Check this. Bleeding Guys 3. Mind blown. Blam.
So, Timberwolves just ate the great priest of the lizard folk. Turns out he had to build tables in his spare time.
Octavia smiled shyly. Hello.
Bloody hell!
Vinyl raised her hoofs to the sky in exasperation.
Finally! Took you your time.
Octavia chuckled and shook her head. Well, it has been a stressful week.
Please tell me you...
Zap!
Ouch! Okay, you haven't.
Vinyl glared at her.
Celestia forbid you being efficient for once, girl.
Octavia frowned and looked at Vinyl's hoof. Say, I've been meaning to ask this for a while. How come this doorway electrocutes you?
A long and boring list of very stupid reasons,
Vinyl said. She took off her glasses and glared at Octavia.
Now tell me what is going on with that studio guy, and if I hear any other word about...
I didn't have any other threesome with his parents, if that's what you're afraid of, Octavia said. Then she sighed. I couldn't. I think I'm starting to feel something for his father anyway. Stunned silence. Vinyl slapped her own forehead so hard it actually hurt.
Oh my Luna,
she said. Hey, I couldn't help it. He's a true gentle colt. Octavia looked to the side. I know it can't be so, that's why I'm avoiding him. Vinyl raised her head slowly, very slowly, and looked at Octavia dead in the eye. There was another moment of silence as Derpy and the immortal horror fought in the background.
Please tell me that's all you have to say about this whole matter, because otherwise I swear to Luna I'm...
That's why I'm only sleeping with his mother now. Blam! Octavia with a distressed look. I think I'm developing feelings for his mother too. Blam! Octavia in a white dress. I just got married. Blam! Octavia in no white dress. I just got divorced. Blam! Vinyl ignored the next knock and pulled her mane so hard she actually tore some locks from her head. She turned around and hollered like a heavy metal singer who just stubbed his toe.
I can't take this! Why are our friends so stupid? Derpy! This is too much for me! I need your help!
Then she saw what was going on behind her and stopped yelling. Turns out Derpy needed her help too. She should have noticed, Derpy realized when she charged against the Abysmal Overlord. It hadn't changed back, unlike all the hellish creatures it had summoned to kill her. It hadn't screamed or insulted her either. It had risen. There was no other way to describe it. 8. 1 second there had been only tentacles, and then an endless mass of flesh and non-Exulian form that twisted and turned in all the wrong places. Mortal eyes couldn't follow it without going blind. Indescribable colors, mostly green and red and purple and yellow, mixed in horrible blurbs. Appendages that had no names spurting out of impossible places. Eight. It came out of the fridge doesn't really live up to the moment, let's be honest. The air around it had changed too. It felt heavier, winds of lead and mercury howling through the rocky spikes, the smell of acid dancing along. Yeah. In hindsight, Derpy thought maybe all that stuff should have set off some alarms. But she was already charging against the impossible colossus, battlecry and all. What was she supposed to do anyway? Stop charging just like that? No way that was happening. You didn't just stop an attack like that. She had some dignity after all. So there she went, wielding the Thunderblade, commanding the powers of good and light and heartwarming Eve and thinking that, hey, sure, the guy looked scary, but it's who you are inside that matters. Kindness will always prevail and... Plumph! Boing! Derpy hit the aura surrounding the Madness Mountain with the strength of a mosquito hitting a windshield, and then she bounced back, like a hammer hitting a spring. She managed to mouth the words, "Oh damn it," before hitting her head against the wall and losing her grip on the Thunderblade, which ended up at the other side of the room. Then everything went black. For about 20 seconds.
Ouch!
Derpy opened her eyes. She was lying on her back, facing the starless void that some time ago had been her ceiling. She felt like a ragdoll coming out of a heavy metal concert.
That hurt!
Vinyl was right next to her, eyeing from above her shades. Her purple eyes looked almost black in the light.
What the hell was that? A huge blow to my pride, that's what it was.
Derpy groaned and got up. Her head went dizzy and everything turned red and blue and yellow for a second or two, but she got a grip of herself pretty quickly. He powered up.
You never had a chance.
The beast noffed towards them, space twisting around it, reality calling it a day and going on holiday whenever touched.
I'm the Alpha and the Omega. I'm the killer of death itself.
I swear to Celestia, if you start that stupid speech once more, I'll throw a shoe at your face!
Vinyl said, crossing her legs and glaring at the Duke of Damnation.
We're having a conversation here, have some respect!
What? A shoe?
A shoe!
What do you mean, a shoe?
Exactly what it sounds like!
Vinyl pointed an accusatory hoof at the morbid monstrosity.
You better watch your mouth. I'm tired of your rambling. So anyway, Derpy.
You can't threaten me with a shoe. That's not how it works. I'm the killer of death.
Okay, that's it. You're gonna get it now, Squid Boy. I'm bringing the big guns. Yeah!
Block. The shoe bounced against its head, or at least the part of him that had more eyes, and fell to the ground. They all looked at it for a second or two. Silence.
Ha!
Vinyl crossed her legs again.
How do you like them apples?
That didn't do anything.
Yeah, that was completely useless, Derpy added.
I betcha that hurt a lot, didn't it?
Vinyl's grin was so big it looked wild, like it had its own conscience. Vinyl...
Yeah!
Derpy poked her on the cheek. Vinyl, hey.
I knew carrying shoes in my mane was a good idea.
Hey.
I'm a flipping genius.
Vinyl, I've been slaying this guy for... She frowned and rubbed her chin. How much has it been? 45 minutes?
Time doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, so around 45 minutes then. Vinyl, I've been slaying this guy for 45 minutes and it did nothing. I'm fairly sure a random shoe is not going to do anything.
No, I can deal with this.
Vinyl turned to Derpy. Her grin was twitching a little.
Just let me at him. In the meantime, I guess you can cover the door if you want to and...
Octavia's driving you nuts, isn't she?
Oh my flipping Luna, every single one of our friends is an idiot! I can't take it!
Derpy nodded and patted Vinyl on the head. There, I'm sure you can solve it if you try.
Believe me, I have tried!
I'm going to kill you both!
They ignored him.
I can't deal with that annoyance, Derpy!
Vinyl said, grabbing Derpy's shoulders.
Please, let me just...
What, you want me to help them instead? Derpy shook her head and pushed Vinyl back. You know I can't do that.
But...
I know you're stressed, but... running away from your responsibilities? Trying to fight the Dark Lord instead of facing your friends? Derpy sighed. That is not the way to do it, and you know it. Let the Chosen One take Squid Boy, and you go help Octavia.
But...
Vinyl? Derpy looked at Vinyl straight in her eyes. For once, she wasn't wall-eyed. Listen to me. Don't you see it? That is not how this is supposed to happen. We're working with destiny here. She pointed at the walls, at the dark void in the sky, and the flames. You see this? Do you think you can deal with it? Honestly?
Why are you ignoring me?
I just...
Vinyl gulped and looked down.
I just wanted to...
Look, this is happening for a reason. I know it. Derpy patted her own chest. Call it intuition if you want, but why do you think you need to solve Octavia's problem? What does it have to do with the door?
Vinyl
frowned.
I never thought about it, actually. I did.
Derpy smirked.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense, unless you see that everything that's going on. It's not about Squid Boy there.
She put a hoof on Vinyl's shoulder.
It's about us.
What? That's not right. Of course it's about me. I'm destroying the world as we speak and...
About us? Yeah.
Derpy nodded.
I've been avoiding my responsibility as a chosen one. I see that now. And you?
A moment of silence.
Okay, you've just been yourself, which, not gonna lie here, is kind of a problem.
Vinyl shrugged.
It's a reasonable argument. So, anyway, yes.
Derpy nodded again.
This is about us, a lesson for us to learn. We gotta face our demons. In my case,
she pointed at the World Eater.
It's a literal demon. In your case, however, it's a metaphorical one. I can't fight your battles, Vinyl, and you can't fight mine. And until we learn that, we won't get out of here.
Vinyl thought about Derpy's words for a second.
So I need to help Octavia by myself?
Derpy smiled.
Just like nature intended.
Nature heard those words and arched a metaphorical eyebrow. Wow, talk about baseless arguments. She hadn't intended anything. That was kind of the point. Vinyl opened her mouth to reply, then closed it. Her ears went flat against her head. She bit her lip, looked down, looked up again. And eventually she said,
Lyra and Turner are there too. I know, I pay a lot of attention to my surroundings when I fight Kung Fu and all that stuff. Gotta concentrate in your aura and your perception and yada yada yada.
Derpy rolled her eyes and looked at the door. It was fairly far away, but she could hear the faint sound of some pony knocking on it.
We're out the normal time flow, huh? Guess time's broken for real then.
Wait, you know that? Does it mean you were actually listening to me when I...
But it's so stupid. Hell yeah, it's stupid. We're talking about our friends here.
Derpy shrugged.
But hey, I'm sure you can deal with them. Also, Squid Boy would destroy you in less than a second. Hey, you don't know that?
Vinyl frowned.
The shoe hurt him? No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
It totally did.
Stop interrupting me or I'll kill you.
Vinyl, go deal with our friends.
Derpy looked at her dead in the eye and got as serious as possible.
You don't have any chance against the Eternal One anyway. Only the Chosen One can beat it.
Then again, I'll kill you anyway. Still, don't interrupt.
But you can't win. You're having a hard time merely staying alive. Even I see that. Well, yes, it's going to be a little harder than expected,
Derpy said, nodding.
But it's really not as bad as it sounds, I think. You see...
Okay.
It's amazing how a voice with absolutely no emotion could sound so annoyed.
That's it. I had enough. Killing you both.
The two ponies frowned and looked up.
Wait, what?
Splorch! A mass of tentacles, interweaved in the shape of a gigantic, greenish fist, splattered them against the floor like a mallet to a fly. The two ponies were reduced to pulp in a second, killing them instantly. Then the pulp caught fire. Then the fiery snake came from under the table and ate the remains. Then the beast of reckoning killed the snake. And then there was silence. Mother Nature couldn't believe what had happened. A shiver went down her metaphorical spine. Cold, metaphorical sweat covered her metaphorical body. Metaphorically. All hope was lost. She understood that. Vinyl Scratch and Derpy Hoofs had been the only barrier between her and the monsters that had stepped into reality. Time and space didn't work, but soon its essence would leak outside Derpy's house, and then everything would die. There was nothing she could do. Evil had finally won. Every living being in existence would perish in agony. The faces on the walls coughed blood and died. The flames exploded. The black void in the sky swallowed the last stars. and the unearthly beast stood there, yellow eyes gleaming. A guttural laugh, a diabolic chuckle, seized the world. When it talked, its voice was deeper than ever.
I rise.
And damnation fell upon the... Pop! And damnation didn't fall upon the world, because just then Derpy and Vinyl reappeared, right next to the place where they had been killed. They looked perfectly okay.
Wah!
Vinyl took her glasses off and rubbed her eyes.
Flipping Luna, that was weird.
Derpy was by her side, holding her head with both hooves.
Absolutely. Say we should...
Splorch. Silence. The ominous Emperor splotched the corpse of the two mares one more time, just to make sure. And then damnation fell upon the... Pop.
I think my head hurts.
Vinyl eyed Derpy.
Does your head hurt too? Non-existence seemed to bring migraines. Yes.
Derpy looked at the sordid spirit.
Dude, we're having a conversation here and you're not...
Splorch. Pop.
Stop popping back to life already.
No.
Splorch. Pop.
Yeah.
Derpy grabbed Vinyl and flew away, quick as a wink, and the gigantic, tentacled fist slammed the ground behind them with a sound like thunder rolling through the drum factory.
You don't get it, do you?
She yelled, landing right next to the door. The knocking was still going on.
You can't kill us!
Of course I can. Immortality is not a power of the chosen one.
Derpy dodged another fist. Vinyl stayed in place, but the ominous overlord hadn't aimed for her, so she survived.
Sun and stars, you're daft!
Derpy muttered.
This has nothing to do with me being the chosen one!
The beast roared. A ray of oblivion, 9, spurted from his body and hit Derpy square. Nine. Nothing is more destructive than oblivion. If death strikes you, your existence ends. If oblivion strikes you, you never existed in the first place. Derpy vanished and popped back to life immediately.
Seriously, you're wasting your time here. Not gonna work, buddy,
she said.
You don't get it, do you?
Derpy kept dodging the oblivion, the fists, the rage of the monster.
I mean, I knew you were dumb, but I didn't know you were this dumb.
You ought to die.
The punches got harder, the monster got quicker, the oblivion got more forgetful. At one point, Derpy just stopped bothering with the dodging and popped back into existence every 3 or 4 seconds.
Seriously, this is the first time you've done this, right?
She managed to say between blinking in and out of reality.
I mean, your reaction is not exactly...
Why won't you die?
Derpy rolled her eyes and hovered above the Dark Lord. It stopped its attacks for a second.
Because of you, you idiot,
Derpy said.
It's impossible for any of us to die, haven't you realized?
What are you talking about?
Derpy allowed herself to smirk.
You've been bragging about it all the time, haven't you? I told Vinyl before, words have power. Words from endlessly powerful beings have endless power. And if you repeat something enough times, it becomes true.
The Beast of Reckoning opened its many eyes wide.
No, you can't mean...
Exactly, darling.
Derpy smiled. It was a smile with more fire than many stars.
We can't die. No pony can die. Because you've killed death itself.
Silence. There was a knock on the door. Vinyl looked at it, then at Derpy, then at the Sire of Suffering. She chose to ignore the door for now.
Wait. I killed death? For real?
You've been bragging about it quite a lot, yes.
Derpy was stabbed by a single tentacle right through the left side of her chest. She turned black and rotted in a couple of seconds, then popped back into existence.
So yeah, you can't really kill anything. Congratulations, you just thwarted your own evil plans. Way to go.
That makes no sense. That's not how logic works.
Oh, not that stuff again,
Vinyl muttered.
Stop being such a nerd sandwich boy.
I'm not a nerd. I'm not a sandwich boy either. I'm the killer of the...
Silence.
That's still not how logic works.
Mother Nature heard that and looked at Logic. Logic whistled and turned his gaze to the other side, suddenly demonstrating a great interest in a spot of metaphorical dust that just happened to be metaphorically hanging around.
It doesn't?
Derpy cocked her head to the side. Another tentacle went against her, but she swung the thunderblade, and the appendage quivered and fell to the ground, a clean cut on its base.
Well, then why don't you tell me why I'm not dying, big boy?
Death is not a thing you can kill.
Hey, I didn't make the rules. Your fault. Wah!
Vinyl raised a hoof to the heavens.
Immortality! We're so good at fighting evil!
But you have to die. I kill everything that dares to face me.
Well, yes, you do that.
Derpy looked at the thunderblade. It shimmered with white light, sparkled like a star in the middle of an oil pool. It was sharp enough to make a ching noise every time it moved.
You just killed a little too much and in the wrong order, that's all. So yeah, there's no way for you to kill us.
The Judge of Eternity retreated a little.
If death is no more, then you can't kill me either. This is a draw.
Derpy smirked. She pointed at the Damnation Duke with it. It made a ching noise.
Oh, but is it?
The Sergeant of Suffering took another step back. Mother Nature suppressed a metaphorical giggle.
Oh!
Vinyl grinned its abomination.
Rhetorical questions. She's already won.
The flesh-eater Faustus glared at Vinyl. It was a glare that could end civilizations.
She's bluffing.
Vinyl took off her glasses and met the beast's stare with one of her own. That was a glare that could witness civilization's end without giving a damn about it.
Oh, is she?
You don't have any idea what she is talking about, do you?
Oh, don't I?
You're just being rhetorical for the sake of being rhetorical.
Oh, am I?
The abomination and Vinyl stared at each other for a couple seconds.
Okay.
The abomination was the first one blinking.
That's it. Enough. I'm maiming you now.
Blam! Vinyl went flying against one of the faces in the walls, which promptly opened its mouth and bit off one of her legs. Or at least what was left of it anyway. By the time Vinyl arrived there, she had already rotten and half disintegrated. Pop.
Or are you?
She said.
I literally just did.
Actually, you didn't,
Derpy said, not moving from the point she'd been hovering around for the last 5 minutes. Both the beast and Vinyl looked at her.
That's kind of my point, actually. You can't maim us, or hurt us, or do anything. You can only kill.
Vinyl's eyes opened wide.
Evil only has to win once,
she said.
Exactly.
Derpy winked at Vinyl.
And if we die, we come back. Death is not a big deal anymore, so no matter what you do, Squid Boy, you won't really hurt us. Because we can't die, and you can only kill.
I can bring damnation upon your bodies and burn them in heat and fire.
That's killing.
Oh, I can also destroy your souls and suck the air out of your lungs, so...
Also killing.
Silence.
Okay, so what about this? I get your head and then I fill it with snakes.
You have a really small repertoire, did you know that?
Derpy shook her head slowly, like a disappointed grandmother.
You can only kill. Murder and destruction's all you got. Now me?
She looked at the thunderblade again.
Ching!
I don't really need to kill, I can just hurt.
Vinyl gulped. When Derpy looked at the beast, her eyes were colder than ice.
Abominations like you are immortal, but you can feel pain. This sword can bring you hell.
Derpy's eyes sparkled with the Thunderblade's shimmer. Her mane creaked with pure energy. Her wings seemed to be bigger, whiter.
This sword will bring you hell,
she whispered. She didn't look like a Pegasus, Vinyl noticed. She looked like an angel, whatever that was.
Every time you kill me, I'll come back and fight you. No matter how many times I lose, I'll rise again. You only have one hit.
She crouched.
I have too many to be counted.
Derpy charged. The tentacled horror hollered and charged back. They collided. Time passed. After a while, numbers stopped making sense. The difference between thousands and millions and billions becomes blurry, and when time has been broken, it's even harder to keep count. You just get tired. Mother Nature and Logic witnessed the fight, and even they felt it was long. Long enough to be seen against the backdrop of eternity, something to be remembered by the powers that will always be. They all gathered to witness a showdown. The beast didn't have a chance, they all knew that. It was just a matter of time. When someone, statistics probably, he was always the first one to talk about this kind of stuff, mentioned that time was no more, so that latter part didn't make sense, Logic got interested in a spot of metaphorical dust again. So the ponies fought against the evil one. Ponies, plural. Vinyl participated, now and then, if only because there was nothing else to do. She contributed absolutely nothing to the fight and suffered countless deaths. But it was either that or tic-tac-toe, and she was really bad at tic-tac-toe. That's probably what angered the eldest god the most. So the battle was long, but it wasn't endless. Even infinite creatures eventually meet their end. The Thunderblade worked hard on the thing from the other side, and one by one, the tentacles were cut off. And when more grew, they were cut off again. When the tentacles ended, Derpy went for the eyes, then the stomach, then for the head. Derpy had been right. The creature couldn't die, but it could feel pain. And at one point, pain becomes so great it becomes indistinguishable from dying. Even though it was immortal, even though death had been killed, eventually, nature found a way. Its power had been drained way too much, and, in a way, death resurrected. Mother Nature and statistics looked at Logic again when this happened. Logic just rolled his metaphorical eyes and said, in a rather sharp tone, that he'd had a very stressful week. So could they please cut him a little bit of slack, thank you very much. Mother Nature apologized and looked back at the two ponies. And, ultimately, Derpy was proven right again. They won. The stars reappeared, the black void went away. The faces in the walls withered and fell, and the spikes on the ground crumbled. The black blood dried, the purple flames died, and with a sparkle and a whoosh sound, everything went back to normal. Well, almost.
They're still knocking at the door?
Vinyl said, distress in her voice.
Come on, give me a break.
Derpy glared at Vinyl.
Are you seriously telling me, she said, that you had literal centuries to solve Octavia's problem and you somehow have managed to somehow mess it up? Seriously? No, you don't get it.
Vinyl raised a hoof and shook her head.
Like, I am dead serious when I say there's no way to solve this. They're just too stupid. I can't magically solve their problems with just a little bit of I give you a cowboy speech.
Derpy crossed her legs and looked at Vinyl with the disappointed look of a mother who just realized her child is an idiot.
I gave you a full-on cowboy speech about responsibility and destiny and all that crap. And you still didn't solve Octavia's problem. What the hell is wrong with you? You realize cowboy speeches are not something you can take lightly, right? I mean, what do I do now? Do you think I can go and look at myself in the mirror after this? But Derpy, we can't even get out.
Derpy pointed at the door.
It'll zap us dead. Do you think you're the only one who wants to get out or something? Look, I just couldn't. No, don't bother. I guess I have to deal with this.
Derpy gave her a last roll of her eyes and opened the door. Turner was at the other side, looking distressed.
Hey!
Derpy said, her tone as sharp as a knife made of multiple smaller knives.
The last jewel was inside your heart all this time, and only you can save the princess. Congratulations!
She slammed the door shut, blam, and opened it again. This time it was Octavia.
Stop being an idiot,
Derpy said. Blam, and she opens the door again. Lyra.
Stop stabbing ponies,
Derpy said. Blam. Octavia again.
Introduce it you to Lyra.
Blam. Lyra.
Start stabbing ponies again.
Blam. And then silence. Vinyl opened her mouth to say something, but Derpy shut her up with a glare.
A moment,
she muttered. A moment passed. There was another knock on the door. Derpy opened it. At the other side stood Time Turner, Lyra Heartstrings, and Octavia Philharmonica, the three of them smiling like little fillies who had just discovered there'd been a horrible accident, and now the bully in their class is an orphan.
Etude is in the hospital and our new conductor adores me,
Octavia said.
The lizard folk went back underground and Bonbon's prophecy was proven wrong. The sentient planet has been defeated. Equestria is saved,
Turner said.
Also, there are, 20 guys bleeding on the street.
I tied my knife to the baseball bat.
Lyra showed them her new invention.
I doubled the fun. I deserve fame and fortune.
Slowly, very slowly, Derpy popped a leg out of the door. It passed the threshold just fine. Then she squinted at Vinyl.
12 seconds,
she said.
Took me 12 seconds. What?
Vinyl looked at Derpy, then at her friends at the other side of the door, then at Derpy again.
What the hell was that? I'm never wasting another cowboy speech on you ever again. Oh, hey, Derpy!
Derpy went back inside the house and Vinyl followed.
Hey, that was magic! What you just did was magic and I don't accept any other explanation! You're an idiot, that's the explanation.
Girls?
Turner entered the room and looked around at the dried blood, the ashes, the signs of the battle.
What the hell happened in here? And where's your table?
Long story,
Derpy said, still frowning.
And Vinyl burned it with a magical ancient sword.
Turner blinked.
What?
Doesn't matter. I'm going to make myself another sandwich.
Derpy made a huff and headed for the kitchen.
It's been ages since I ate one. Whoa.
Octavia followed Turner and looked at Derpy as she disappeared down the corridor.
What got into her?
Vinyl shrugged.
She'll get over it. She's just a little angry at me.
She frowned.
Also, Derpy, try not to mess up this sandwich too. Remember what happened last time you... Go to hell, Vinyl!
Derpy said.
Jeez.
Vinyl turned to her friends and shot them an apologetic smile.
She's had... week?
She frowned.
A hard time lately. She messed up a sandwich?
Lyra looked at Vinyl.
How can you even mess up a sandwich? Don't let me get started.
Vinyl put a leg over Octavia's shoulders.
Also, I gotta give you a letter, can't forget that. A letter? Yeah, come back in, I don't know, 2 days or so. And then knock on the door and give me the letter. Ignore whatever happens in the background.
And so the adventure ended, Mother Nature said. The house was no longer of any interest to them. They were all safe. Evil had been defeated. Slowly, logic, statistics, and all the rest went away to mind their business. Mother Nature too had duties to attend, and so she drifted away, back to the ethereal realm, where abstract concepts wander and do abstract things in a conceptual sense. And Vinyl rested her back on the chair once more, missing a table on which to carve obscene words, and sighed.
"Bye, I'm pretty tired,"
she said as the sounds of Derpy cutting bread and opening drawers came from the kitchen.
"I really feel like sleeping, to be honest."
And then a slightly deeper, slightly more menacing voice from the Legion came from the kitchen and interrupted her.
"From the depths of time I rise."
And the walls started bleeding dark blood again.
"Oh, come on!"
The High Priestess of Ha-Shagla chanted the last words of the enchantment and lowered the rod of summoning. The magic circle glimmered with a red light as the dark horrors came upon this world. The air became colder, the walls trembled and creaked. Pop! And a sandwich appeared mid-air and fell to the ground with a trough.
"Oh, come on!"
Author's note. The fridge horror is that Octavia is a stepmom now and nobody seems to care. No comment time this time. All I'm gonna say is that this story was recorded as a birthday present for someone else. So, all I can say is, happy birthday, Scribbler, and many happy returns of this day. Sincerely yours, Visual Pony.